Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. I'm CJ. Today we are going to be setting up a Mac for web development. Now, I've seen a lot of questions in the chat. Did you get the M1? Did you get the M2? No. I am still on a 2015 MacBook Pro. But I did completely wipe it. I erased the hard drive and then reinstalled OS X Mavericks, which is OS X version 12. Thank you, Wake Up Neo, for that Prime sub. I just realized on this screen the alerts need to be moved. Let's do this. Those go there. And then if we go back to this screen, those need to go like right there. Okay. So, is there a sync? There might be. Give me a second. Nope. I don't think there's a sync issue. You all tell me. Check. Test. But here it is. Brand new Mac. It's a bit skippy, or is there an actual is there a delay between the audio and the video? Cool. We can fix that. Though I don't know why it would be increased so much, but go here. Seashells by the seashore. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How's that? Or is that too much? Perfect. I guess it is lower FPS. Huh. Like the camera's a little bit choppy? We'll get there. We'll figure it out. I mean, it could be because I'm running so many overlays. Well, give me a second. Test. Is this better? I do want to get it right, because I mean I'm gonna edit this video later, and I want the video to look decent. Is this any better, or am I still choppy? Do. Seems better? Looks and sounds good? Alright, let's just get into this, and then you all can tell me if you notice any issues after a little while. I mean, yeah, so let's test the audio, because I changed the FPS. So, test 1 2. Is the sound now after the video? Sounds fine. All right. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to completely reset OBS. So basically, I had to set up all of my scenes from scratch with like new overlays and stuff, because my Mac is fresh. There's literally nothing on it. So there's a lot of stuff running in the background that actually isn't working at all. So I'm just going to remove it all, and then I'll have to set it up next time. So give me a second. I got to do this on every scene. Let's get rid of that. And that. And we're going to get rid of that. All right, we're going to go over here, and we're going to get rid of that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Cool. And then I'm just going to delete this scene entirely. And this scene. And this scene. Let's get rid of that. And that, and that, and that, and that. Let's get rid of that. This is me in my basement. That one can stay. All right, now we're back here. We're back here. I think it's better. I think it's less choppy because like OBS basically has to use less resources. Check 1 2. Hello, here I am. The audio sync actually might be off now because because there's less stuff running. So check. All right, that was it. I'm glad I did that. I didn't want that. I didn't want it to be choppy. It's perfect. Yes, we've done it. All right, let's do it. Let's pretend like that didn't happen. Wait. Okay, Sequel Gortster is saying the audio is off. Okay, tell me how many milliseconds before or after the sound is. Yeah, you gotta count the milliseconds. Plus 23 milliseconds. Actually, so yeah, let me do this. Check it, because this is the setting that I had before everything was like super slow. Check. Should be better. Check. Wow. Way better. All right. Let's pretend like that never happened. Everyone just say hi in chat. Say things like, "I can't wait for the stream to start. This is gonna be so fun." And then we're gonna start over. Are you ready? This is hilarious. You all are great. Thanks for playing along. All right, here we go. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ, and this is definitely the first time I'm going live. I haven't already been live for 20 minutes. Hello. Welcome to the show. All right, we're going to talk about my new Mac. And so some people had some questions in the chat. They were asking, did I get the MacBook M1? Did I get the MacBook M2? I didn't. I still have the 2015 MacBook Pro. And actually, let me pull up the specs of that. And actually, I'll show you how you can see all of that as well. So if you go to github.com/codinggarden/FAQs, frequently asked questions. There's one on which MacBook do I have? And these are the specs. And I'm no longer running Mojave 10.14.6. I just upgraded to Mavericks, which is version 12.5, I believe. But this is a 7-year-old MacBook. I bought it used on eBay. It runs wonderfully. Is it Monterey? Let me confirm. Give me one moment. I thought Mavericks was version 12. Also, I can do this thing. Give me a second. I want to show you my Mac specs, but I don't want to reveal my serial number. Though, honestly, I don't know what anyone could do with my serial number. But still, I gotta be cautious. So these are the specs. It's a 2015 MacBook Pro running on Mac OS Monterey. So yes, whoever said that in the chat was right. This is not Mavericks. This is Monterey version 12.5. And I completely just wiped my machine. So I installed the Monterey installer onto a USB drive. I booted it up, wiped the hard drive, and did a fresh install. And so we're going to be starting from scratch, installing all of the I just read the most recent chat. All of the apps and everything that I use on a daily basis. But yeah, this pixel art was created by she.moe, though I don't think that's their name on Twitch anymore. Does anyone know what she.moe's new Twitch name is? I don't know, but if we find out, I'll let you know. Okay, so it's a 2015 MacBook Pro. I haven't felt a need to buy the latest MacBook. This one works just fine. I think, and I've talked about this before, if this MacBook ever dies, or if I can't use it anymore, I probably will just start using a Linux machine. Like a Libre book or something from System 76 or something like that. But for now, this 7-year-old MacBook still works wonderfully. So I'm going to keep using it. Cool. Oh, I mean, yeah, we've got a long way to go. We got a lot of things to install and a lot of things to do. So, this is the repo, and actually, let me add that as a chat command. Wait, do we have a setup command? Oh, Nolcano. Yep, that's it. Yeah, so this is the person that made my my pixel art. I don't know if they're still doing commissions, but I think they... Oh, my shoutout bot isn't running. Oh, click their username. I don't know if they still stream, but they used to stream every now and then, and they would do commissions every now and then. So yeah, definitely check out Nolcano. Okay, do we have a setup command? That we don't. Okay, let me add that command. That is not it. And that could have been really bad. I'm glad that was the last thing I copy pasted. Okay. So if you want to go to that repo, go there. And also, I'm just feeling really odd because I have none of my regular tools. I don't have a window switcher. My chat overlay isn't running. I just feel way off, but I'm going to do my best. So on this repo, I have a bunch of stuff that describes how I'm going to set things up. But we're going to start with Homebrew. So if you go to brew.sh, this is the missing package manager for Mac OS. So if you're familiar with Linux and various Linux distributions, they all have some sort of built-in package manager. So like on Debian or Ubuntu, there is apt. On Arch, I think it's Pacman. I could be. Let me just get that right, because all the Arch people are gonna freak out. Anybody know what the package manager on Arch is? On Fedora, no, on CentOS. I guess is that Fedora? On CentOS, they use the thing called Pacman. Well, did I say Pacman? Oh no, sorry. They use a thing called starts with a Y. Yum. They use Yum. All of that to say, each Linux distribution has a way and a repository of packages and a way of installing those packages. And it's kind of like an app store, but it's like the app store before the app store existed, and it usually consists of precompiled open source packages. And so Homebrew is that, but for a Mac, because Mac does not have one of these. And so this is unofficial, but it has a ton of packages that we can automatically install through the terminal. We don't have to go through the App Store. It's all super convenient. So I'm going to install this, and then everything else we install, we will use brew to install it. So if you go to brew.sh, you can copy this command, and then on your Mac, pull up the terminal. So for right now, we're going to use the built-in terminal, but in a second, we will download a newer, better terminal, and we'll get all of it set up. But If I run this command, that's going to install brew, and then we can install lots of other packages. All right, I need to type in my password. Give me one moment. Cool. And so this says this is all the stuff we're going to do. Press enter to do it. So this is going to install brew, and then once we have brew, we'll be able to install a lot of other stuff that I want and need. The other thing is we are going to need to install Xcode build tools. So when you're installing packages through npm and sometimes even through brew, it actually has to do some compiling. And when you're on a Mac, the Xcode build tools allow it to do that compiling. So I'm going to open up another terminal. Oh, looks like it's already doing it for me. So I'll let that happen. And then we'll open up a new tab. I'm pretty sure there's some other things we can do without bash. Without brew. Yeah, and I totally forgot. The new OS X Monterey comes with ZSH as the default shell. It used to come with bash, but now it comes with ZSH. I'm going to change it to bash, but I do actually have to wait for this to complete. I was reading about it. So the reason that the latest version of OS X comes with ZSH instead of bash is that the most recent version of bash now uses a less permissive, not less permissive, a more viral open source license. I think it uses GPL3, which basically says if you include this in your code, then your code has to be released under that license as well. And OS X and Apple did not want to release their operating system under that license, so they switched to ZSH, which stays updated. However, once this is all done installing, I'll be able to install the latest version of bash using Homebrew, and then I can set that as my default shell. So that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, and so there's some questions in the chat as to like what are these other things in my repo. So Brew has two different types of things that you can install. Formulae are essentially like command line tools. These are typically not like regular desktop apps. They just run from the command line. So these are all the things we're going to install that are command line tools. I'm going to get the latest version of Git, VC prompt, which shows the current branch I'm on in any given folder if it's a Git repo. Like I said, the latest version of Bash. Fortune and Cowsay are just fun tools. Heroku lets me deploy. FFmpeg lets me convert video. YouTube Download lets me download YouTube videos. And ImageMagick lets me edit images. But all of these are run from the command line. And then if you look at Brew Casks, these are actual applications that we're going to install. So like I mentioned, iTerm, I don't think I said the term, but iTerm is going to be our terminal replacement, and that's what we're going to install. And then lots of other tools that I'll talk about whenever we get there. But Brew is going to allow us to install all of those. Yeah, and I thought there were going to be questions about like, oh, should you try another terminal or different things like that. I'm going to stick to iTerm. I've used iTerm for a while. I tried Hyperterm. I think there's some other terminals you could use, but I'm going to stick to iTerm. Yeah, and so in a second we'll talk about the quick launcher that I use, which is Alfred. And I started looking into what are some alternatives to Alfred. Raycast came up as one of the excuse me, I lost my train of thought. Honestly, I feel it's harder for me to read Twitch chat in the Twitch chat than it is to read it in my overlay that I created. It's an alternative. Raycast is an alternative for Alfred, and I was looking into it. Like, they have a really good free version, and I think you can upgrade for like collaborative tools. But everything I saw was basically like Raycast is really good for developers, like people that want to write their own custom scripts, and then Alfred has like a workflow builder that you can. It's more of like a visual editor. I think you can do some scripting in there as well. I'm gonna stick with Alfred, honestly, just because I know it, and I know the settings that I want to specify in Alfred. But when we install it, we'll talk more in depth, and you all can tell me more alternatives. Yeah. I mean, I was reading some Reddit threads, and they mentioned that I think so. The threads were like a year old, and Raycast had just come out a year ago, and people were mentioning that it's newer, so it's a little bit slower. It doesn't have all the features, but yeah. Yeah, and Shubham is asking, what is the difference between terminal, shell, console, and prompt? So, in my mind, terminal and shell are almost like interchangeable, but if you want to get specific about it, shell is the specific shell that you're using to execute commands. So right now we're executing commands in a shell called ZSH, Zish shell, or Z shell, and it's essentially a command interpreter. So whenever I type ls, Z shell is the one that figures out what needs to happen when I type ls. Bash is the shell that I prefer and the one that I'm going to install, but Bash and Zish are similar in that when I type a command, it's their job to figure out what to do with that command. So that's what a shell is. And so I mean, I typically, actually, they're not that interchangeable, but that's typically, when people talk about terminal, they kind of mean shell. Terminal is really the application itself. So this is the thing that is running the shell that allows me to execute my commands. And so this one is called terminal. It's built into the Mac. I'm going to install one called iTerm. There are others out there like hyperterminal. I saw someone mention another terminal. There are various other applications that you could install. And look at that. Brew is done installing. Some of you were very nervous that this was going to take forever. I'm surprised it finished. So yeah, so that's terminal, that's shell. Console, I typically, that makes me think of like the dev tools or like the JavaScript console in the browser, or if you pull up a node.js REPL, read eval print loop, I think of that as the console. And then your prompt is this right here. The thing inside of the terminal presented to you by your shell is your prompt. And this allows you to enter in commands. So this little thing right here is a prompt. It's saying, hey, enter in a command. And technically, like if you're inside of the read eval print loop of Node, and that's the console, it gives you a prompt as well asking for commands. Hopefully I did justice to that explanation. But yeah, so they're all interrelated, but each one is like at a different level of all this stuff. So I think somebody mentioned, was it Kitty or was that a shell? I've never heard of Kitty. ST? Is that a type of terminal? Simple terminal. Interesting. Like I said, I'm still just going to use iTerm too. There's a lot of other options. Let's check out Kitty. Kitty terminal emulator. How to install, configure, and use it. Ooh, does it work on Mac? That screenshot was from Ubuntu. That was somebody's blog. Let's look at this. Can we get the official website? Here it is on GitHub. Here it is. Seems fine. Okay, so at this point we have Brew installed, and so now I can go about installing all the other things that I want and need. And the first thing I'm going to install is iTerm. So I'm essentially going to replace this terminal with a terminal that I prefer more. So if I go over here into casks, the one that I want is called iTerm 2. And so technically what I could do is I could run a script that installs all of these in one go, but I'm going to install them one by one so that I can talk about them and talk about why I prefer them and all that good stuff. So now that we have brew, we should be able to type brew and it recognizes that command. Great. But now I can do brew install and then the thing that I want to install. So regardless if you're installing a formula or a cask, you just do brew install and it figures out what you want to install. So let's do that. And thank you, Impers. Thank you for that sub. Much appreciated. Here we go. We're essentially testing my internet to see how fast I can download stuff. Oh yeah, there might have been some other supports. Sorry if I missed them. Is Alka here? I don't think Overseer is working. Just a second. I need to pull up my activity feed. And thank you for all these follows. Appreciate you. Welcome in, newbies. Typically, I'm a lot better at welcoming in the new people, but like I said, I'm on a completely new Mac. Everything is unfamiliar to me. So you gotta bear with me. But thanks for all the follows. Default GN, thank you very much for the 6 months. Wake Up Neo, thanks for the Prime. Thanks for that hydrate. Whoosh. And today I'm drinking a coconut liqueur. And the flavor of this actually reminds me of a blue slushy. I don't think a blue slushy is usually flavored like coconut, but that's what this tastes like. And thanks again, Impersh, for that sub. Oh yeah, we're really close to 50,000 followers. We're like 100 or so away. La quoi. Yeah, so Weedle Prince is asking why iTerm 2. Once it's done installing, I'll show you all the reasons why. There are a couple of things like it'll use Mac native notifications when like commands are done running and stuff like that. It makes links clickable. And Jaloops, thanks for that sub as well. And there's a lot of other nicer settings that I like. Also, you can change the UI so it has like a really nice window Chrome. But let me show you. So for example, in my terminal right now, there is a URL. Now, I have no reason to click this URL, but there isn't a way. I guess if I hold Control and then click on it, it actually does highlight it, but that's like a two-step process. So like highlight and then open link. Inside of iTerm, I can literally just press Command and then click the links that are embedded. There's a lot of other settings as well. So now that we have it installed, I'm actually just going to completely close terminal and then launch iTerm. Here we go. It was downloaded from the internet. That's okay with me. Here we go. Nice. Yeah, and you can see that iTerm is going to show notifications. So whenever you are finished running a command or something is done downloading or some terminal task is complete, you'll actually get a native notification of that, which I think is pretty sweet. Awesome. So this is iTerm. As you can see, it looks similar. Both iTerm and terminal are a way of executing commands in a given shell, but this is just a different shell host, essentially. Let's get right into the settings so I can show you why I like iTerm. So if you press Command, comma, that's going to launch your preferences. And Julian, thanks for the bits. Appreciate you. So Command, comma is a really common keyboard shortcut on a Mac. So any application that you're inside of, just try pressing Command, comma, and it will very likely bring up the settings. I think on Windows, Control, comma might be the same thing, but I don't think it's as universal. But yeah, if you want to see it again, Command, comma, boom, we have the preferences. So let's go into Appearance, and I'm going to choose the theme Minimal, and then look at that. We've got this nice fully black window Chrome, so that's awesome. And then let's just go through the settings and choose all of my favorite settings. So I'm going to go into Profiles. Here under Default Profile, I can set my settings. So if you've ever watched me stream, you may have noticed that it is fairly easy to read the text on my screen, and that is because I increased the font size drastically. I'm going to go to like 36. Yes! Yeah, that's what I like to see. So now it's a whole lot easier to see the text I'm typing in my terminal. So that's great. What else do we want? Yeah, so this is a really nice and important feature is the reuse previous sessions directory. So right now I'm in my home directory. You can see all of my folders and such, but let's say I go into the documents folder. If I press Command T to open up a new tab, that always by default drops me into my home folder. And thank you, Impers. Thanks for the bits. Oh, per se. M per se. That makes sense. But you can see that it dropped me into my home folder, which is not convenient, because typically if I'm in this tab and I want to open a new tab, I want to be dropped into the same folder. So in the settings here, I can change reuse previous sessions directory. And now when I open a new tab, this is a part of a Mac, you have to give it file permissions, but of course I want iTerm to be allowed to access my documents folder, because I'm going to be copying files and different stuff in there. So I can click OK, but you can see now that I opened a new terminal, it's in the same folder as the current terminal. And if I make a directory like wow, and then go in there, and Jack in the Bush, whoa, no, that's too many bits. Oh man, Jack in the Bush, thank you. 5,000 biddies. Okay, Jack says, just showing my appreciation to you. What's the best way to donate to get the full amount? You did it right there. So I get all 5,000 of those bits, because I think whenever you purchase the 5,000 bits, you paid a little bit extra, and that was the fee to Twitch. So yeah, thank you for that. I get all those bits are mine. Okay, so I'm in the WoW directory, and actually let's make inside of here we're gonna make a, what was it, Jack in the Bush? Yeah, Jack in the Bush. I'm gonna make a Jack in the Bush directory, and if I go in there, now I'm in this folder. But if I open a new tab, boom, we're still in that folder. So that's why I like that setting. It keeps my previous tab settings. Awesome. All right, let's go into colors. So one thing I like to do is I like the default theme, but I just change the foreground text to the most green possible. So if you're new to RGB, if I say no red, all green, and no blue, we essentially have the greenest green in terms of RGB. But this is what I like for my foreground text. It's really, there's a nice contrast between the text and the background. So I choose that, and then I leave all the other stuff the same. Cool. And then let's see what else we got. Yeah, so by default, the font is Monaco, and I don't think I have this listed in my repo, but it is listed on the frequently asked questions. I use the font called Anonymous Pro, and I use that in my editor, and I use that in my terminal. So I'm going to go ahead and download Anonymous Pro, and then set that as my font inside of iTerm. So let's download it. Cool. We'll extract it. And then I think if I just double click it, we can install it. And then I think if now that it's installed, if I drag these over, will it install them? Yes, it does. Cool. So now we have Anonymous Pro, and inside of iTerm, I can set that as my preferred font. So over here, we're going to choose Anonymous Pro. Look at that. It's nice and readable. I don't know. I like this font a lot. Cool. What else? Let's look at window. Seems fine. Terminal. Seems fine. Yeah, in keys, this is actually what I want to change. And they moved this setting. Let's see if I can find it. I think it's under key mappings. This is it. This is it. Okay. So if I'm in a terminal and I am typing a command, so let me just rearrange this. So if I do something like git clone https://github.com/wat, right? So if I'm trying to if I'm writing a command, if I try and use the built-in Mac shortcuts to like jump over words, so if I hold down Alt and press the arrow key, typically that will jump over a token or like a word. But you can see right now it's inserting like a weird character. I want to fix that. And you also can use this keyboard shortcut anywhere. So right, let's say I'm in the URL bar here. If I hold down Alt, I can actually jump over words like this. I think it's also called Option or Alt. It's the key next to the space bar. But that lets you jump over words like that. But you can see I can't do that in iTerm. The setting you want is inside of keys, key mappings. Click this and then choose natural text editing. And and then I don't care about any of the previous mapping. So once I've loaded that, now I can jump over tokens. Let me get rid of all this extra stuff. But now when I press Alt Left, it jumps over tokens like that. So that's awesome. And Jerry is Jeremy. Thank you for that sub. Nice. And thank you all for this hype train. This is insane. Level 4? Come on. Come on. It's true. Jack in the Bush is saying in normal terminal you don't have to change that setting, but still, now that we have that setting, we can jump over tokens. And I think that's all the settings that I want. If there are other settings, we'll come back to it. But I believe that's everything I need. Cool. Cool. And thank you all for that hype train. Very much appreciated. Too kind. The support here at the Coding Garden is insane. I appreciate all the support. Okay, so I'm way behind on chat. I've been missing a ton of messages. Right now, I'll give you a chance to like ask any questions or clarifying things about iTerm before we move on to my shell. I'm going to show you Bash next. Yash is saying, do try Kitty. Maybe I'm kind of just set in my way. Like, my terminal works perfectly for what I need. So I just kind of want to stick to iTerm. I don't know. I definitely will take a look at Kitty. I'll look at the any reviews or tutorials on it and kind of like look at the GitHub repo and stuff like that. The Shibas with the gift. Thank you very much, the Shibas. Okay, what's the difference between % and $? So that just has to do with my prompt. And that is just what Zish decides to show on the prompt here. But you can change your prompt. And you're going to see in a second when I install Bash, I'm actually going to change and customize what shows up as my prompt. But I don't think there's any major difference. Anyone in the chat can clarify that. But it's really just what they decide to show. But it might be that they wanted to be special, like they wanted you to know that you're in Zish shell. But technically, I could change this to be a $ and still be in a Zish shell. Am I going to change anything from the previous setup? For the most part, it's the same. There's a few apps that are different. So I have a different window manager and a different window switcher. That might be the main things, but most of the stuff is the same. Yeah, so, and let's talk about shells, especially because I'm about to install Bash, but yeah. Me shell? No, Z shell. Z shell. Zish. Not me shell. Yeah, no worries, Vato. So here's the thing, like, if I could help one person with an iTerm setting, I think I've done my job. So yeah, that's great that worked out for you. I don't know why Pizza Boy. I've never heard anybody talk about that. It could be. So here's one thing I've run into. If you're watching a streamer that is getting a bunch of, I'm not getting a bunch of subs, but we were just on a hype train. So people were subbing and there was lots of stuff happening in the chat. That can actually slow down the page if you have like Better Twitch TV or Franker Faces installed. So because those plugins or those extensions are doing so much to the Twitch chat, it actually slows the page down. So that might be the issue. Yeah. Have I tried the new Windows terminal? Only slightly. I don't develop on Windows that often. And when I do, I just use Git Bash. I haven't tried a lot of stuff on Windows. And Carlos, thank you very much for that sub. Appreciate you. Yeah. So this is still the same 2015 MacBook Pro, just wiped completely clean. You have a randomizer that shows a star or music every time I launch the terminal. Nice. I'll show you how what I do with mine, where I essentially show a quote every time I open a new tab in terminal. My blue screen just fell down. So give me a second. I'm going to fix it. All right. I'm back. Yeah, somebody mentioned my dimension just collapsed. Immortal Box, thank you for that sub. Prime sub, appreciate you. Okay, someone asked, I saw, yeah, why did I wipe it? Yeah, so technically you don't have to, and that's this message right here. So you don't technically have to wipe a Mac. You can just upgrade, but I like to refresh and completely wipe all of my machines once every year or so. Things are just a lot snappier when you do a completely fresh install versus just a regular upgrade. And it's also for me, it's also a good opportunity to just like clean and prune my hard drive. So I back everything up, and then I just only move over the things to the hard drive that I actually need. So it saves me a lot of space on the hard drive as well. But yeah. And yeah, I just really just wanted a clean start. You just like living hard? No. In a way, it's also a bit of a security thing. Like there could be. I mean, the thing is, like, if I had malware or like a rootkit or something like on it, an OS wipe might not even get rid of it, but it keeps the hackers on their toes. So if they have hacked me, they're gonna have to hack me again after I wipe and reload my machine, likely. Okay, let's talk about shells. So we talked about our terminal, which is the thing where we can execute commands, but it is actually host to a shell, which is right now ZSH. And if I do echo $shell, that tells me that I'm using bin /ZSH. I want to use bash. Now, if you're watching this video and you're new to a Mac, you can just stick with Zish, and actually I'll point you to a tool called Oh My Zish, which you can install, and it out of the box just provides lots of instant customizations, lots of really nice things in your terminal, like showing you what branch of a given repo you're on, allowing you to do like tab completion and stuff like that. So you don't have to go through the process of installing bash. I like bash because every other Linux computer that I log into, like remote computers, use bash. And so I like using bash on my dev machine because I use bash everywhere else. So that's why I like bash, and that's why I'm going to install bash. So if we look here in formula, we can see we can install bash with this. So if I do brew install bash, that is going to download bash and install it. I guess technically I could run brew update as well, and I think I'll do that. Yeah, and so Alvi is asking, is there any difference between bash and zish? I honestly don't know the major differences, but under the hood, they interpret commands slightly differently. And you may run across files called like .sh, and typically those files are meant to be run with bash or just sh, which is an older version of bash. Usually they will work with zish, but there are certain differences in the shell language itself that would prevent just a bash script from running inside of zish. And so bash is also a lot more common. You run across bash scripts on the web a lot more. So that's another reason why I prefer to have bash. Okay, so bash is installed. I'm just going to do a brew update. So brew update has nothing to do with bash installing. I just forgot to do that earlier, so I'm going to run that in the back. Oh, I'm up to date. Never mind. So bash is installed, but now I need to set it as my default terminal. So there is a command, chsh, that allows me to set my, or change shell, which allows me to change my default shell. Right now my default shell is bin/zish. I want to change it to bash. And actually I think I can do which bash to see where it is. Yeah, so homebrew installs bash in this directory, user local bin bash. And so I want to change my shell to that. Before I do that, I need to update a file on the operating system that says what are the allowed shells. And to do that, I'm going to use nano. So give me a second. here we go. So this file at /etc/shells says what shells users are allowed to use on the system. So I need to add user local bin bash in here so that I can change my shell to user local bin bash. And yeah, a quick note, I'm using Nano, I'm not using Vim. Is that Pico? I guess it's right. I ran Nano, but it launched Pico. I don't even know what's the difference. But regardless, these are terminal shell editors. So I like Nano or Pico because it has it also has natural text editing, in that I can just start typing and it works. It's also easy mode because it shows you all of the shortcuts on the screen all the time, but I don't care. It's a lot easier, and I don't have to remember a bunch of Vim specific key commands and stuff like that. And that is opposed to something like VI or Vim, where it's based on commands. So you have to first go into insert mode, then you can type, and then you exit insert mode. Regardless, all I needed to do was add one line of text to this file, and I've done that. So now I can do, look, it tells me Control X, save it, and now that I've put user local bin bash in my etc/shells file, I can now change my shell to that. So I'm going to do chsh that. I think there's a -s option. I might have to look this up. Yeah, so I think -s this is the shell that I want to set it to. Let's see. Nice. Okay, so if I open a new tab, now you can see there's a $sign, which means that bash is now my default shell. So this tab is still on Zish, because it didn't change my shell here, but now any new tab I open is using my default bash shell. So yeah. All right. It's not that I don't like Zish. So if you go watch the VOD and scroll back like 5 minutes, I talk about why I like bash. Yeah, so essentially, you also could just close iterm, and then when you reopen it, it will use your default shell. In this case, it's using bash, which is awesome. Awesome. So we've changed our shell. Now let's get into customization of the shell. So as you can see, this is just the default prompt. It says the name of my MacBook, the current working directory. In this case, I'm in my home directory, and then my username. No. But I want to change that. I like to customize it, and for that I can customize it using my bash profile. Now I will mention that it's possible to customize it using a tool called ohmybash. So ohmybash is very similar to ohmyzish, but it's for bash. And so if you don't want to go through the process of creating your own custom bash profile with custom settings, you could install this and get very similar features without all the extra work. But I do have a preferred settings that I like to use. So if I go to my .files repo, in here I have my bash profile. And so this essentially just defines the default settings for every new shell or new tab that I open. It's doing a lot of stuff that I don't have installed yet, but that's okay. These two little commands right here allow me to search through my history. So if you use Zish, and if you start typing a command, you can press up and it'll search your history. Not Zish, I would say if you use ohmyzish, it actually sets this up for you. You can start typing, press up, and it'll search through your history of previous commands you've typed that start with that command. If you install ohmybash, you'll get this as well. But these two little lines of code are the ones that allows that to happen. This essentially allows me to search through my bash history. I've got some colors set up. One thing I like to do is every terminal tab that I open gets a random emoji. So this is actually bash code to choose a random emoji from this list. And it's interesting, you may not have known this, but bash also is a programming language. It has conditionals, it has loops. There's lots of stuff you can do in just plain old bash. But this essentially just chooses a random emoji, and then this is a function that runs every time my prompt gets printed. That essentially says my computer name, and then my current working directory, and then also will say if I'm on a given branch inside of a Git repo. I don't have VC prompt installed yet. We'll install that in a second. And then essentially that runs right here before every single command that I run. So in Bash, your PS1 is your prompt, and this is how you can customize it to decide what to show custom. So there's that. Give me a second. My throat is scratchy. I don't know why. Excuse me. Hopefully I'm not getting sick. But maybe this is the most talking I've done. You know, here's the thing. The fact that I don't have Twitch chat on my screen all the time makes it so that I can talk more. But at the same time, I'm missing all of your beautiful chats and your beautiful faces. It's a fine balance. It really is. But yeah. Okay, so this is my Bash profile, and also I have some aliases set up. So if you use Oh My Zish, you may not have realized where all of these commands are coming from, but they are essentially just aliases. And an alias is a way of mapping one command to some other command. So if you've ever seen me do this on stream where I do GAA, that is just a shorthand and points to the command git add period. So git add everything in the current working directory and above, or and below. So I do GAA, and then GCM is git commit -m. So once I put all of this in my Bash profile, now any terminal I open, I have access to all of these aliases. There's some other fun ones, like if I just type the letter C, that opens up code. If I type a beer emoji, that'll check out a branch called drunk. There's some various other aliases that I use. So essentially, I can take this entire Bash profile, copy it, and then in my home directory, so I'm in user/my username, so that's my home directory. If I list hidden files, you can see there's some Zish config stuff here, but I can actually create a bash _ profile right here, put all of that in, and then save it. And now when I open a new tab, it uses all of those settings. So you can see it's editing, it's erroring out because there's a bunch of commands that I have not installed yet. But you can see that before every prompt, it prints my computer name and then the current working directory. So if we go into documents and then wow and then Jack in the Bush, now before every command I type, it shows the directory on the previous line, and then it shows the prompt with the random emoji. And so you can see every new tab just gets a random emoji, which is fun. So now that I've set up my Bash profile, we can install all of these other command line tools that it depends on. But before I do that, I'll read the chat and see if you have any questions or comments about my Bash profile. Yeah, so I'm still on a 2015 MacBook Pro. If you check out the frequently asked questions, there's a link to the specs here. But yeah, this is a 7-year-old computer, and I install like OS X Monterey. I think this might be the newest operating system that this MacBook can use. And so eventually, once I can't upgrade anymore, that's probably when I'll switch to like a Linux PC. Where's my iTerm 2 badge? Oh yeah. I'll set it up. I'll set that up. Good call. Oh yeah. We're we're gonna install Calce as well. We're about to get there for sure. Is tilde API X normal in my prompt? So I think this is actually showing you the branch that you're on, and then the X, I believe, is if the previous command you ran errored, like didn't have a 0 exit code, something like that, I think. Yeah. All right, after I install Calce, I need to run this command. I'm just gonna run. It's not gonna work right now because Calcé isn't there, but I'll do that. So when I bought my MacBook on eBay, I think I paid $800 for it. You can find this MacBook for around $600 right now on eBay. Yeah. I have all my .files on GitHub and just clone into my home directory. Yeah, I used to do that as well. Now I just get them manually. Mainly because usually whenever I'm setting them up, I'm talking about them one by one, so that's the main reason. Yeah, the new M1s and M2s seem really great. So if you all remember, before Macs used Intel, they actually used to have... I don't know if it was Mac specific, but it was like PowerPC or something like that. Like, Macs used to have their own silicon, and they switched to Intel, which made a lot of sense because there's more wider compatibility because a lot of computers run on Intel. But now, it was by IBM. Yeah, so PowerPC by IBM, but Macs used to run on that processor. Now they switched to their own silicon, which results in compatibility issues. Like some apps were only built to run on Intel, and so they need to be updated or upgraded. The apps themselves need to be updated or upgraded in order to work on Apple Silicon. So like that's one of the main issues with making the switch, but at the same time, there's still a lot of support for the newer M1s and M2s. And I've looked at like benchmarks and I've seen tech videos. Like I watched MKBHD. He did a recent review of the M2 MacBook Air, and it seems awesome. It's super fast. It's super, like the Macs themselves are super lightweight. They even have a black version, so they look awesome. I don't know if I'm ready to drop $1,500 on a new computer, though. And that's just for the base model. If I were to get, like, a MacBook Air or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, and so we're talking... So this is my second MacBook, 2015 MacBook Pro. And C# Fritz! Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. So I'm on a completely fresh Mac. I'm setting it up from scratch. Essentially... you can see all the commands and stuff that I'm running here, but so far we've installed brew, we installed iTerm, I set up my iTerm settings, I got some of my .files going, and now we're about to install some more command line tools so I can get rid of these errors. And then from there I'll show you some of the other like productivity apps and stuff like that I use. Sadly, my shoutout bot is not working, but please click on C# Fritz's name and drop him a follow, check him out. But thanks for bringing everyone in, C# Fritz. Yeah, and right now we're just talking about the newer MacBooks, M1s and M2s, because I'm still on a 2015 MacBook Pro, 7 years later, and this is still a perfectly fine development machine, which is kind of insane. But yeah, and we were talking about like I'm not ready to drop close to $2,000 on a new machine when this one just works perfectly fine. So, I mean, I think it depends, Hackerman, probably Hackerman. It depends on what you're doing. Like, for what I do, so the things I do on my computer are web development, both front end and back end. I run Docker, so it's able to handle a lot of that. I also do music production, so this machine can run Ableton. It can run all of my VSTs and plugins. So I run Guitar Rig, and there's like a few like effects VSTs that I use. It can run that just fine. I do like image editing in Figma. I don't really even use Photoshop or any of the others. Yeah. So for the most part, this fits all of my needs and is enough processing power to do what I want. If that's the case for you, then definitely find a decent condition one on eBay and then go for that. If not, you can find a newer Windows PC with specs comparable to like a $2,000 Mac for probably half the price, and that might be the way you want to go. Yeah, but yeah, and C# Fritz has a point that I mentioned earlier. It's the processor architecture jump. So a lot of apps haven't been updated to support the newer processor yet, so you'll run into issues, at least now. Like soon, like probably within the next year or so, all of the major apps that people use will have better support on the M1 and M2. But right now, you're going to run into compatibility issues. Like C# Fritz is mentioning that Docker is trickier to run. Oh, and I forgot. I have a story for you, C# Fritz. I was in a thrift store, so I like to go into thrift stores and just look at the tech books that they have. So like I have this Webster's Computer Dictionary from 1996. Actually, I'll read you a random definition. Pin cushioning, a computer monitor screen distortion characterized by an image that is full width at the top and bottom of the screen, but bowed in or compressed across the center. But so yeah, I like to go to thrift stores and get just like old computer books. But I found one on ASP.NET, and it was by Jeff Fritz. And like I forgot for a second. I forgot what your actual name was because I just know you as C# Fritz, and I was like, that seems familiar. I start looking through it, and then in the about, it has your Twitter handle, which is C# Fritz. And so I was like, yeah, it's C# Fritz book. So yeah, it's pretty funny that just randomly in a thrift store I see C# Fritz. Well, I'll show you a book that I found at a thrift store in Idaho. Let me go grab it. Yeah. And C# Fritz is saying, I still think it's crazy that I'm on Amazon with that old book. It's interesting. I mean, I'm sure some of it's still relevant, but I guess it is tricky because with the newer .NET at large, which is essentially .NET Core and .NET Framework and everything else, things are a little bit different. But I guess the other thing is there are legacy code bases, right? There are still people that are not going to upgrade to the latest .NET, so maybe they need to learn ASP.NET or the older ASP.NET. But check this out: The Secrets of Software Debugging. So this book was from 1984. Yeah, so copyright 1984, and this is the first printing. It's in immaculate condition. Let me see if I can. I forgot that that's not an autofocus camera. But yeah, and you can see the cover. It's got like a little Sherlock, and he's looking at the computer screen with a magnifying glass. This was a good find. But yeah, I found this in Idaho of all places. Cool. All right, that was a fun story time. Yeah, no, he is debugging BASIC, and a lot of the examples are in BASIC. Look at it. So 2 printed pages of BASIC code. Cool. All right, let's keep moving. What we just did was we set up Bash. So on the latest Macs, the default shell is Zish or ZSH. I prefer Bash, so I just installed Bash, set it up, and then set up my Bash profile. But there are quite a few things in my Bash profile that I don't have installed yet, so I'm going to go ahead and install those with brew. So like I mentioned, VC prompt is a command line tool that will tell you what branch of a repo that you're on. And Elite Geek, thank you very much for the sub. But if you use like Oh My Zish, it installs this and does this by default. I think if you install Oh My Bash, it does a similar thing. Because I've configured mine manually, I need to install it. So once I have VC prompt, I'll stop getting that error because essentially every time my prompt gets printed out, VC prompt runs to determine if I am in a Git repo and what branch I'm on. So that's great. I think, so by default, Macs come with Git. Let's see what version we have. So we have 2.32.1. I'm going to do brew install Git just to see if we can get a later version or more recent version of Git. Yeah, so by installing Git, well, it installed version 2.37.1. but that's not my default Git. Oh, there we go. So I just had to open a new tab, but now I am on the latest version of Git, which is awesome. Okay. So now for the fun stuff. So fortune is an old Linux command that just essentially prints a random quote or a random story or a random poem or something like that. So I'm going to install fortune. And then I'm going to install a thing called cowsay. So if you just run fortune after installing it, you get this. So you will feel hungry again in another hour. If you run it again, you'll get another random one. There is no such thing as a civil engineer. So that's fun. And then what I like to do is I like to pipe that into cowsay. So cowsay and Pib, thanks for the bits. I'm going to edit it into a YouTube vid, yeah, so, I mean, there's a ton, and it's going to require a lot of editing, but ultimately I'm going to pare it down into try to pare it down into a YouTube video. And that might make it in. I don't know if it will. So yeah, I'm going to install cowsay now, and cowsay is really fun. Let's find it on Wikipedia. Also, I probably should have installed Firefox by now. I'm still in Safari. And thanks for more bits. Yeah, so I'm using the default Streamlabs notifications because none of my custom overlays are running right now because I'm on a new Mac. Or a fresh Mac, freshly wiped. But yeah, so cowsay is an old Linux command where you can pipe text into it and then it'll make a cow say it. So if you do cowsay, actually if I do this, if I do echo hello world into cowsay, the cow will say hello world. Looks like my history search is not working. I'll have to look into that. Can you send that command again? Whoever sent that command earlier that was like cowsay piped into cowsay, piped into cowsay. There it is. Thank you, Bobbit. We're going to see what happens when we do this. So if you're new to like Linux or like Linux type commands, essentially you can take the output of one command and send it to another command. So what we're doing is we're taking the output of echo, sending it into cowsay, and then sending that into cowsay, and then sending that into cowsay. So what we should see is just like a cow saying a cow saying a cow. Let's see. Yeah. So the cow is talking about the cow, which is just talking about the cow, which is saying, is this real life? So that's pretty funny. All right, so there's some other tools we need. I'm actually curious why we keep getting this command, but I'll look into that. But now, in my bash profile, I have it set up so that every time I open a new tab, it runs cowsay with fortune, and then it uses the tux cow file, so the tux Linux penguin. So if I open a new tab, now we can see that we get a random quote from Alan Kay, by the way. Humans are communications junkies. We just can't get enough, by Alan Kay. Nice. And then if I open a new terminal, we get another a Nietzsche quote, which I'm not going to read because it's really long. Okay. I need to work on my bash profile because it's saying it can't find this -r thing. Let's see what that's about. Oh, it's trying to do history -r. I see. It put a new line there when there shouldn't be. I think that just has to do with my copy paste. There we go. That's better. We're still seeing like blank command not found, so let me fix that. I think it also has to do. There's probably some other command down here that. Yeah, I should have done. I should have actually git cloned this. So. Whoever told me earlier that why don't you just git clone this file, you were right. You were very right. Because now I have a bunch of space. I think I got rid of all the new lines. We're almost there. Honestly, I should just clone the file at this point. There we go. All right. I can close all these tabs now. Now we're in a better spot. Now there's not a bunch of weird commands running. But it is a learning, because if you weren't familiar with that ps1 command, when you are using bash, essentially that ps1 executes every time a new prompt needs to be printed. So a prompt is the thing that has like your current working directory and where you enter the commands. And because that was running every single command, that's why we were getting all these command not found things. Cool. All right. So we're doing good. Let's see what else we need. Yeah, I'm just going to install these other command line tools because I use them pretty often. So Heroku is used to do like Heroku deploys and stuff like that. ffmpeg is used for... Maybe Heroku isn't installed from brew anymore. That's okay. I'll figure out how to install it. You likely just have to download it. So yeah, ffmpeg is used for editing videos. I use this because I like edit and upload things to YouTube and stuff like that. So just that. Surge is actually installed through node as a global command. Yeah. Yeah, and so ffmpeg is really interesting because pretty much all video encoding tools use ffmpeg under the hood. And Pablo, thanks for the bits, who says new PC or fresh or just a fresh install. It's just a fresh install. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but every year or so, I like to just wipe my machines completely clean. So like wipe the hard drive and then reinstall the operating system. It usually makes things a little snappier. It saves some hard drive space, that kind of thing. Good to know. Yeah. So was it Indrov? Yeah, Indrov D in the chat is mentioning this is how you install Heroku. I'm just going to skip the Heroku install for now. The next time I deploy to Heroku, I'll install it. But if you look at their website, there should be a command for installing Heroku. Is YouTube DL getting supported by the community? I still use it. But yeah, there might be. So there was a lot of controversy around YouTube DL, like the GitHub repo got shut down because of DMCA. Regardless, it's a really useful tool, and I use it to download my own YouTube videos. For a while, whenever I was live streaming to YouTube, I wouldn't record locally. I would just stream to YouTube and then download the stream afterwards if I wanted to edit it. So, like, I use this for legitimate purposes, not for pirating or downloading other people's videos or music. But there was some controversy around that. A YouTube DL fork with additional features and fixes. It seems cool. I'm going to make a mental note of that and then just not install YouTube DL right now. I'll take a look at it later. And then Image Magic is really useful for editing images from the command line. And again, a lot of image editing tools actually use Image Magic under the hood. Cool. I do, yeah. So Blaze Pabon is saying, do you know about brew bundle install? So that, I believe, you can point at a file like this, and then it'll just install all of it automatically. But I want to talk about each of the commands, which is why I'm doing it individually. Yeah. But yeah, so if you are watching this video at home and you just want to install all of this, you could say brew bundle install and then point it at this file, and it'll instantly install every single one of these things. You don't have to do it each one manually. Adam is saying, how do you remember which tools you installed without brew? You have to manage their updates yourself, right? It depends on the app. So after you've installed these, typically when you do a brew update, it'll install more recent versions if they have been released on brew. And then for the casks, which are actual apps, a lot of these just have built-in updaters to the app itself. But if they don't, then you technically would have to pull the latest version using brew. Just brew install Discord, and that would install the latest version. But Discord is an example of an app that has its own internal update mechanism. So I don't manage the updates for really any of these. When you run a brew update, it'll manage the updates of any of the formula that are installed. Yeah. Mental note. Should I click this one computer guy? You're a sub. I'm going to trust it. I'll just type it up on my invisible typewriter. I get it. That was a reference to me saying mental note of YouTube DLP. That's funny. Yeah. Have I tried Ansible? Sounds familiar? Oh, IT automation. I haven't. Well, I might have used it a long time ago. But for what I'm doing in terms of this setup, I don't think it needs that much automation because I literally do it like once every year or two. This FFmpeg is going to take a while, so let's just talk. And see you later, Blaze Papon. Thanks for dropping in. What other questions or thoughts do you have about the stuff that I'm doing? Oh, install Firefox. Yeah, good call. I was going to use a brew cask to do it, but I don't want to run other... Actually, I can run a brew cask install while this brew install is running. Typically, you wouldn't want to do a brew install of two different formula at the same time because if they have similar dependencies, they might get installed twice. But I'm just going to open a new tab and then do brew install Firefox. I actually want Firefox Developer Edition. Yeah. And so you might be wondering, what's the Developer Edition? And it wasn't able to find it. So you can do brew search. Let's see if I spelled it wrong. But the Developer Edition essentially just had... Oh, okay, so you have to specify the full thing. I'll do that. But the Developer Edition has the latest features of Firefox sooner than the regular version of Firefox. Now, I don't do any custom like Firefox development or anything like that. But if the JavaScript engine that is running inside of Firefox gets newer features, I'll be able to use those sooner inside of the Developer Edition. So that's why I like it. So I just need to copy this and then do a brew install of that. And I'm going to update this file. I'm not logged in, so I'm not going to. Again, I'll make a mental note. I don't believe you have to do you don't have to do -- cask anymore with brew. Both cask and formula are just brew install. Yeah, and so if you missed it earlier, brew cask is essentially a way of installing regular applications. Like you're not installing command line tools, you're installing things that you might get like from the App Store, but you can do it from the command line. You don't have to do it through the App Store. Yeah, and see you later, Imperse. I forgot the right way to pronounce your name, but have a fun bike ride. Yeah. Yeah, and so I am using a font called Anonymous Pro. That's the one that I installed and I'm using here. But now that we have Firefox, we can launch it and do all our stuff inside of there. Open. Actually, I don't think I'll do that because I'd have to log into Twitch. I'd have to log into some other stuff. I mean, I guess I could. No, I'm gonna do all the logging in later. But I will show you later on. I'll show you my my preferred settings inside of Firefox. Cool. And FFmpeg is done installing, and so since that's done, I'll go ahead and install ImageMagick, and then when that is done, we'll talk about all of the other apps that I use. Cool. I do use a VPN. I'm not using one right now. And I'm very careful of the links that I click in chat. Like, I know One Computer Guy. They've been in the community a very long time. But, yeah, I'm careful of the links. And, like, this seems like a perfectly fine link to click. But, like, the reason why I wouldn't click random links in Twitch chat if I don't have a VPN on is somebody could set up a custom server that, like, logs my IP address when I visit their server. Let's see. But yeah, these are the mhuggins specific dot files. Looks like they have a lot. A lot of setup. It's pretty sweet. It installs and sets up all that stuff. Nice. What'll happen if someone knows your IP? Now, it depends. So, like, they could attempt to do a DDoS or denial of service against my IP address. And since I'm streaming to Twitch, that could potentially bring my stream down momentarily. The other thing is, if I didn't have a firewall set up on my network, they could attempt to scan my modem's IP for any open ports, and then like try to potentially hack into my network. I will say that, and the other thing is geolocation. Yeah, so like if I didn't want people knowing where I am in the world, my IP could reveal my location. You all know that I'm in Denver, Colorado, so that's not going to reveal a lot. Yeah. But yeah, this again, this is not the M1. This is just a 2015 MacBook Pro. It's an older MacBook Pro. Yeah, and it's a similar thing with my ISP. Anytime my firewall reboots, I get a new IP address anyways. So cool. So we have all of those tools installed. Let me try to do something that I can edit to later. So we've installed all of the brew formula. These are essentially command line tools. And again, I'm going to potentially look into a thing called YT YIP or PIP. I'll look into it later instead of YouTube DL. But these are all of the tools that are just command line tools. Now we're going to move into tools that in apps that are actual applications. So things like Firefox and all of the productivity tools I use. And these are known as tasks. And MTY, thank you very much for that sub. Okay, I can probably use that in the edit. I do. So HB Kobe's is asking, what stack do I use? I do a lot of web development with JavaScript. So I use a lot of Node. I've recently started doing some .NET. All of that runs perfectly fine on my MacBook. I'm not really ever doing any like pure native development, but yeah. They will hack into your network and use your Alexa to perform crypto. Yeah. YouTube DLP. I'll find it. I've never used Laravel, but people have talked about it. Yeah. And hey, Patch Step, have I looked into a new JS engine called Bun? If you look at my stream VODs, I talked about Bun for like an hour, and I talked about how it's overhyped. And it has a long way to go. But let's just do that because there's a lot of people watching, so I'll give you the 2-minute version of why Bun is overhyped. So if you're not familiar with it, Bun, actually I guess I can use Firefox for all this stuff. I need to keep this open, but I can use Firefox for it. Per my last stream. And actually, I really want a window manager. It's so hard for me to control it. I can't control the sizes and locations of windows, which is one of the apps I'm going to install that does that for me. But okay, quick aside. Bun is overhyped. If you haven't heard of it, it's a new JavaScript runtime. A way to run JavaScript, you could compare it to something like node.js or something like Dino, though it has a lot of other built-in features that don't come by default with something like node.js. And from early benchmarks, it's extremely fast, which is why a lot of people are talking about it. It's really fast. People like when things are fast, and especially if this gets full backwards compatibility with Node.js, it would be a godsend. It would be amazing. Like, anyone that's using Node.js on a backend could just swap in Bun, and now your backends are instantly faster. They can handle more requests. Amazing. However, if you take a look at it, it is in its infancy. So if you look at the GitHub issues, and you look at the roadmap, there are 133 tasks on here, and only 17 of them are done. That's like 12% of the runtime are done. And if we look through here, there's a lot of stuff that it still cannot do. So for being a bundling tool, so bundling is comparable to something like Webpack or Rollup. It can't do tree shaking. It doesn't do source maps. It doesn't do code splitting. So like all the things that you really want from a web bundler, it can't do those things yet. The things you would want from a CSS parser or processor, it can't do those things yet. In terms of actual like backend and server-side rendering support, it only has partial support for Next. And thank you, Adam, for the bits. So let it be known, at a glance, Bun is awesome. I'll say that. Bun is awesome. The fact that it's super fast is awesome. But it is extremely premature. to really even be talking about it, because so much work needs to go into it to support all of these other things. And one of the things to think about is, okay, it's really fast now, but once we start to add all of these other features, how fast is it going to be? It's almost like comparing a car that has no frame on it to a fully featured, let's say like a minivan. It's not sexy, right? It's just a minivan. Node.js is the minivan here, but it works. It gets people around. It's tried and true. Bun is like a sports car that doesn't have a frame on it, doesn't have any doors. It's still super fast. Now, that said, it's still possible that it will still be fast once they implement these things, but all I'm saying is that it has a long way to go. Okay. That's just my preface of that. The other thing is it has close to 30,000 stars. So I guess I don't have a calendar on here, but the hype around Bun started around July 6th, so that was 20 days ago. In 20 days, Bun has gained 27,000 stars, which is insane. And then there's a Bun Discord server that has over 12,000 members, last I checked. It's just a bunch of hype around a thing that is fast and that's awesome, but it's not actually that useful right now and doesn't actually support that many things. So all of that to say that, in my opinion, the hype around Bun, like the fact that it has so many stars on GitHub, the fact that there is a Fireship video, which honestly is probably where a lot of the hype came from. Insane. Yeah, so this video came out like the day after like the public beta of Bun was released, and it has 600,000 views. And so a lot of people that watched this video got hyped on it. They joined the Discord, they started the repo, they're like, oh yeah, this is great, but they're not actually using it. I will say though, like, hype is good to get developers interested. So because there's so much work to be done on Bun, more interest in it is great, because then you have talented people that know how to write Zig, which is the native language here, that have worked on bundlers before, that are going to be willing to contribute to a project like this. So with all of the hype, more people get interested and more capable people get interested and actually help and work on this with Jared Sumner, so that he doesn't have to do it alone. So that's awesome. But at the same time, there's a lot of people who can't help and who are just opening issues that is making it harder for the developers to maintain the repo and maintain the issues. But overall, it's overhyped, it's premature, you can't really even use it for much right now. So that is my opinion on that. I think I talked about it for more than 2 minutes. I apologize. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and Vedith has my exact point. Like that, I think that's a great thing, right? Because it's hyped, more people hear about it, and then more people that are capable of contributing do, and that would be a wonderful thing. Issues are good, but if you have beginners opening an issue that say, I tried to start up a new Vue app with Bun and it doesn't work, if you look at the roadmap, Vue isn't supported yet. There's not a Vue bundler for it. Yeah, it's not ready for production, and it's fine for people to get excited about it, but I don't have much of a use for it right now because I don't write Zig. I'm not really that capable of contributing to the runtime itself. But yeah, okay, let's keep moving. I probably lost some viewers during that rant, but that's hype. That's how Bun is hyped. Okay, let's collect our thoughts and then do a little intro for YouTube. I didn't join the Zig Discord? No. And thank you, Cruz. Thank you for that sub. Issues about a planned feature aren't very productive. Exactly. And like, the thing is, by having so many eyes on it of people that are really just consumers of the runtime, not necessarily developers of the runtime, it creates noise, which from an open source maintainer's perspective is kind of hard to deal with. So, yeah. Oh, I missed the Nomi sub. Thank you, Nomi. Appreciate it. Oh, Nomi, yeah, thanks for the Prime. Okay. Collect my thoughts. So at this point, we've set up our terminal. We have it nice and configured. I'm using Bash. I've got all of my favorite tools installed. I've got iTerm. I've got all of its settings specified. Great. Now let's talk about actual productivity tools. So on a Mac, there are no built-in keyboard shortcuts for arranging windows on a screen. Now, I know you might be on Windows and you're like, oh, that's built into Windows. Or you might be on some Linux distribution and you're like, oh, that's built in. It's not built on a Mac. Built in on a Mac, so we need an app for it. And the app that I prefer for that is called Rectangle. And this is actually a newer app. The one that I used to use was called Spectacle, but is no longer in development. Rectangle gets frequent updates and is still in active development. But let's go ahead and install it with brew. So if I do brew install Rectangle, I'll install it and show you all the cool things that it can do. Yeah, so there's a lot of other tools. So there's like Magnet. Some people are mentioning, yeah, so in the chat, mention things you use to manage Windows on a Mac. So yeah, people mention Magnet. What else? Yabai? Never heard of Yabai. What else? Isn't there something called like Moo? Amethyst. Never heard of Amethyst. Frank just uses his mouse. Frank just goes like this, which is fine. It's totally fine. Oh, Better Touch Tool. That's another one. Yeah. Some people just use Linux. Yeah. Power Toys? I do not have a Mac. Yeah. So there's, like, for a lot of these things that I'm going to be installing, there are other alternatives. The ones that I'm showing you are the ones that have worked for me. So I'm just going to keep using them for the most part. Okay, so we've installed Rectangle. Let's launch it. We will have to give it accessibility permissions. So because it's moving windows on our screen, we specifically need to give it permission to do that. So I need to go in, click this lock, type my password, and then give it accessibility permissions. Cool. So if I check this box, now Rectangle has accessibility permissions. I could choose the default recommended shortcuts. I'm just going to go with Spectacle because it is the shortcuts that I'm familiar with. I'm not sure how different the Spectacle shortcuts are from Rectangle, but you can see here, these are all of the built-in shortcuts. So I believe this is Option and Command left, Option Command right, etc. But watch this. Boom, left half of the screen. Boom, right half of the screen. Top, bottom, left left corner, left bottom corner, right bottom corner. Take that, put it in the center. So it has all of those shortcuts, so I can just move things around on my screen. And I've been using it for so long, or I used Spectacle for a really long time, and now I'm using Rectangle. It's the same keyboard shortcuts that I have all of those memorized. So if you click on it, you can actually see what the shortcuts are. You can also just choose a specific one, and it will move it in that direction. But this is a lifesaver. It's one of my favorite window management apps. And so now we can arrange everything. So typically what I like to do when I'm streaming is I make all of my apps 3/4 of the screen, and then I make my chat 1/4 of the screen. And so that makes it really easy to do. So actually, if I pop out Twitch chat now, I can do it over here, and then I can resize it so I can see more recent messages. Like that. Cool. Okay. So that is a Rectangle. The other productivity app I like to use is called Alt-Tab. So again, people are going to say, Windows does that by default, or my Linux OS can do that, but a Mac can't. So on a Mac, when you press Command-Tab, which is the way to switch between applications, it only shows the application icon. And I like to be able to see a preview of the app before I switch to it. And Alt-Tab is a way of doing that. So let's install it. All right, now that we have Alt-Tab, we can launch it, and we will have to give it accessibility permissions very similar to Rectangle. Oh, good call, Mark. I'm going to change the OS settings in a second. So we need to give it permission here. Cool. So we gave it screen recording permission. We also need to give it accessibility permission. So let me do that. Yeah, and so hopefully within a week, I'm going to edit this down, and so you won't have to watch a 3-hour stream. I mean, it probably is still going to be like an hour long, but I'll have timestamps and all of that stuff, and I'll upload it to YouTube. Okay, so I now have allowed that, and now Alt-Tab can do its job. So I like to set the keyboard shortcut to just be Command-Tab so that it replaces the built-in Mac one. You can see right now it's Option-Tab, but let's just try it. So if I do Option-Tab, look at that. So now we get window previews like this, which is awesome. And again, it's probably built into whatever operating system you're using, but it's not built into a Mac, and Alt-Tab is a really good tool for that. I've used other apps in the past, so Hyperswitch is one that I used. Somebody recommended Alt-Tab, and this you can find them on GitHub. They are open source, but it's pretty sweet. So, but what I'm going to do now is I'm going to replace Command-Tab. So now when I do Command-Tab, it shows me the window previews instead of having to do Alt-Tab. No, I understand, Goofer. It's just a lot of people will usually be in the YouTube comments and be like, "Oh, this dude just spent an hour setting up all this stuff I can already do on my computer." You know, that it's fine. It's fine. That's pretty much the only settings I specify. Like you could go and honestly, I'm curious. What does Windows 10 look like? I can't tell the difference. So you could go in, you could adjust the settings, but that's literally all I use it for, is to get window previews. So Alt-Tab is done. And then lastly, probably the most frequently used, definitely the most frequently used productivity app I use is called Alfred. And people have mentioned alternatives in the chat. So there's also a thing called Raycast. And there's a few other alternatives out there. I like Alfred. In the past, I've bought an Alfred Power Tools license. It works. I love it. I'm going to install it. So Alfred essentially replaces the quick launcher. So on a Mac, when you press Command Space, that launches Spotlight. And this one is kind of slow. So like if we search, what was the person's name earlier? Was it Jack in the Bush? Yeah. So you see that it actually takes a second before it really even searches my file system. Like, it's just really slow. And you can't do like specific workflow launches or command launches. And I actually don't like that it defaults searching the web. Like, in a way, this is kind of just a keylogger, right? So as you're typing in keys, it's sending that off to get search results. And so literally every time you open up Spotlight Search, your key presses are essentially getting sent to some remote server. I don't like that. I'm going to install Alfred, which is essentially just a replacement for that, and has a lot of other cool settings and workflows that you can install as well. Okay, so Alfred is installed. Let's launch it. Alfred 5. Oh, last time I was using Alfred 4. But let's go. Do I think Alfred is safer to use? I think like Alfred is has been around for a very long time, so they are a respectable product and company. And I have mine set up so that it doesn't search the web unless it can't find results. So if I type something in that's not found, then yeah, that will potentially do a web search. But actually, it doesn't even do the web search embedded. It will actually launch your browser with the search term, which is fine. Yeah, and so Alfred can do math. You can set up workflows where like you could just instantly launch several apps that you prefer. I also like that it has, you can more finely tune what shows up in the search results. So here we go. I don't have an Alfred license. I'll get it later and then install it. But let's set up all of the settings and permissions real quick. Okay, so I've set up all the permissions, and now Alfred setup is complete. And then let's start it. I don't store contacts on my Mac, so I'm just not even going to allow contact access. And then here you can see the Alfred settings. So by default, the way to pull it up is option space. And then now if I search for Jack, it doesn't send my key presses somewhere. I can specifically say, oh, go search Google for that or search Amazon. Also, if you buy the Power Pack, then you can specify other search engines and stuff like that. I believe. I'll have to look through the settings. Maybe I can even set DuckDuckGo here. But one of the things that I want to do is set it up so that it searches the file system. So if I search for Jack, well, not there. If I search for Jack, I should see all folder results that match that term. So let's set that up. Come on. It's frozen. I can't click it. But yeah, I see some people in the chat mentioning Raycast. I looked into it. I'm still going to keep using Alfred just because I've used it for so long. Raycast seems pretty cool, and it is free. You don't have to pay for it. So you should check out Raycast if you because there are some features in here that are locked behind a paywall. You will have to buy a license. I don't mind that. I'm supporting the developers of Alfred. I'm a developer myself, so it's nice to support other developers. Okay, there we go. What was happening? I literally couldn't click around. All right, so whenever we're searching, I do want to search through folders. And I can allow it to search through documents as well. So now that I've done that, if I search for Jack, we can see there's a folder on my machine called Jack in the Bush, which is great. So that shows up as a result. I like that. You could also set it up to actually show files, so if you want to search for code and stuff like that. But usually, for me, that's just a little bit too messy. Searching folders is enough for me. I'll show you one other thing I like to set up here is a shortcut for sleep. So I actually just do the letter S for that, and then also for lock, I do the letter L. So that allows me to easily just pull up this, type the letter S. For now, it doesn't. It's showing me all the other stuff, but I have to choose this for it to recognize that when I type S, that should be the preferred option. But that allows me to instantly sleep my computer. I'm going to do it. Are you all ready? I'm going to sleep my machine. Let's see what happens. This could ruin the stream. Here I go. Okay, it wants to control system events. I have to allow it. Okay, so it sleeped my Mac. But typically what I like to do is when I'm done using my computer, even if it's just sitting on a desk at home, I turn off the Wi-Fi and I put it to sleep. The other thing I can do is lock it. But now that the letter S, when I typed the letter S, I chose sleep. Now if I type S, sleep is at the top of the list. So your most recent used things are always recommended first. So that makes it so that I can just launch it, press S, and instantly put my computer to sleep. I can do the same thing with lock. So now I can just Command Space L and then lock my machine. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, there's some other options in here, and like you can see, there's lots of like web search stuff. I think, is there a way you can do DuckDuckGo? I'm actually going to disable all of this Google stuff and then see if DuckDuckGo shows up as an option. I've never actually set this up. I would never want to search Twitter. Sometimes I search Wikipedia. I'd never search Amazon. I mean, I would, but I don't want to. Don't need any of that or that. I could search YouTube. None of that. Cool. So now that I've only searched for, or I've only checked DuckDuckGo, let's see what happens when I search for something. Oh, not that. This. When I search for something that isn't there. No, so I think these quick actions are actually specified elsewhere. I'll have to look into that elsewhere. Okay, last piece is I want to set the keyboard shortcut to be command space, because right now it's option space, but I want it to override quick launch. So I'm going to change this to command space, which I can't because right now that's tied to Spotlight. And actually, yeah, let me look into that really quick. So Verno Moe is saying, if I go to default results, and then set up fallback results. Yeah, okay, so that's what I thought. It does cost money to change that search engine to be DuckDuckGo, but that's fine. Like I said, I like to support these guys or these people, because I've used this app a ton. All right, let's set up the keyboard shortcut. So right now it's option space. I want it to be command space. I can't even type command space without launching Spotlight. So let me go into my keyboard settings and change my keyboard shortcuts. So in here, if I go to Spotlight, I can uncheck show Spotlight search for command space. And then now when I press command space inside of Alfred, I've tied it to this. And now if I press command space, we get Alfred instead. So just look how fast it is. It's amazing. Wow. And also, I like that it has this built-in feature. So if you type something and then press Command L, it instantly blows up that text. So this is a really cool feature for like if you're a presenter and if you ever are like you want to type in a URL. Is this a thing? It should be a thing if it's not a thing. I'm gonna check if it's a thing. Dang it. All right, let me try that again. So if you go to coding.garden/support, you can find various ways of supporting me. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, One Computer Guy, like, folder search is probably the most common thing I use it for. Like, I mean, right now there's no data on this computer, but if I'm searching for a specific folder in pictures or documents, it launches it really easy. Yeah, and so I haven't tried Raycast. Again, I'll leave this in the video because I know a lot of people are recommending it. Try Raycast. Leave a comment leave a comment down below. If you like it, tell me why you like it better. I prefer Alfred. Okay. That's it, that's all. I'm going to go back and do a YouTube intro because I think that specific section is going to be like a clickbait title. So that's going to be like, 3 tools I can't live without on a Mac. Okay. In this video, I'm going to show you 3 tools that I use every single day on my Mac, and I basically couldn't live without. The first is Alfred, which allows me to do quick search for folders and different things on my computer, and I like it better than the built-in Spotlight. There's also Rectangle, which allows me to use keyboard shortcuts to move windows around on my screen. And then the last one is Alt-Tab, which allows me to switch between my windows and shows me a full window preview. Now, I know a lot of these features are built into other operating systems. They're not built into a Mac, and these are the preferred apps I like to use to get those features. So in this video, I'm going to describe these tools and show you some of the settings and how I set them up. Cool. That was my intro. Let's make an outro. Thanks for watching. Like I said, there are alternatives for every single one of these tools, and thank you, Rogue Soul, for that sub. But yeah, they're all. Let's start over. Not that I don't appreciate it, Rogue Soul, but I'm doing a YouTube outro. Okay, here we go. like I said, all of these tools have alternatives. There are different things you could use and could install. These are the ones that I prefer, but if you prefer other tools, please feel free to throw a comment down below and let us know what tools you prefer and why. Thank you for watching this, and we'll see you in the next one. I'm leaving that speech flub in there. Yeah, I'm keeping it. Words are hard. Okay, I'm gonna quickly install all of these and then just talk about them individually. So let's actually try doing the brew bundle install thing. And let me say that again, because so that one section is gonna be its own video, but this whole thing is gonna be another YouTube video. Excuse me. Okay, now I'm actually going to install the rest of these all in one go, and then talk about the ones. I think I'll give a quick sentence to at least each of these, but some of them I'll talk about a little bit more than others. But there's a cool command built into Brew you can use called brew bundle, and that actually allows you to install multiple things all at once. So I'm going to create a apps.txt file. I'm going to put all of these in there. I actually already installed Keeping You Awake, and I'll talk about that really quick. So Keeping You Awake is really good if you are a presenter, like I am. I'm presenting right now. And this essentially, where's this one? It makes it so that your Mac does not go to sleep. And this is nice because I want to keep the built-in operating system settings that put my Mac to sleep if I haven't used it for 10 minutes, but that's if I'm not presenting. But if I am presenting, I can turn this on and it makes sure that my Mac doesn't go to sleep, so we'll install that. App Cleaner allows me to instantly uninstall or remove apps. Now again, you might be coming from an operating system that allows you to uninstall an app. On a Mac, the way you uninstall an app is literally just dragging it to the trash, but App Cleaner will search your drive for any of the associated settings of an app and remove those as well. So App Cleaner is pretty great. I sometimes do various Android debugging things. So Android Platform Tools installs ADB and anything else I need for working with an Android phone. Android File Transfer is a specific app that I can use to transfer files. Discord for messages. I'm actually not going to install Slack, but you know what Slack is. I use VLC as my preferred video viewer. Keika is an app for working with archives. So very similar to how on Windows you might install 7-zip so that you can unzip 7z files and RAR files. Keika lets you do that. Cap is a nice tool for creating screenshots and screen recordings, and you can turn them into GIFs or nice small videos. Timeout is my preferred break tool. I'll show you more about that in a little bit. GIMP is an image editing tool. Inkscape is a vector editing tool. Visual Studio Code is what I use to edit code, which you've seen. I actually install Sublime Text along with VS Code because for me, Sublime Text is more of like a place to put all of my quick notes because Sublime Text launches really quick and it has a feature where it keeps all of your tabs open even if you haven't saved those files. So I essentially use Sublime Text as just like a notepad to throw things into. And then Insomnia I use to make HTTP requests and test my HTTP servers. All right. That actually could be a quick video. Let's make an intro for it. In this quick video, I'm going to talk about all the tools I use on my Mac on a daily basis. Thanks for watching. These are the tools. See you next time. Okay, so I'm going to put all of this into a file. It's in a file called apps.txt, and then I can do brew bundle but quick. Stop it. I know that I always take a long time, but come on. Brew bundle install and then point it at apps.txt. Let's see. Yeah, so what's nice about this is every single app listed in that file, now Brew is instantly going to install. Except for when I can't find something. I need to look into how does this work? Thank you, Amen. I appreciate the comment. Brew bundle. Oh, you have to create a brew file. You can specify a brew file using -- file. Okay, let's try it. Brew bundle install -- file. Field file. Let's just look at the docs. Oh, I have to do tap. Or cask. Can I not just do a brew install of every single thing in that file? Yeah, I'll talk about this in a second, Lex. So after I figure this out, while it's installing, I'll talk about why I use a Mac. Hey, Pablo. I said bundle. I didn't say bun. What's up, Andrew? Welcome in. Somebody recommended this earlier, and I was like, yeah, I know what that is, but apparently I don't. I don't know how to use it. Yeah, it essentially just allows you to do multiple all at once. Yeah, so specify a file. And then I guess, yeah, I think the brew file does have to, I do have to do like cask. Do I really just need a space between each? No, I mean, I want to do the brew bundle install thing, though. I don't have multi-line editor, but I think I can... Let's just try this. Let's try doing a tap. With just one. That worked. Okay. Honestly, it would be easier to just use a for loop, right? It would be easier to do a bash for loop that reads all the files. Yeah. Oh, it's not a new Mac. I just wiped it. I just wiped it clean, but it's still the old MacBook Pro, 2015 MacBook Pro. Brew leaves? Is that a command? Easily create a brew file. I'm gonna try that. Oh, that tells me which ones I have installed. I see. And then xargs. That's the way to go. Thank you very much, CBL89, because I can list each one on a line, and then install that. Yeah, and I didn't need the leaves command because this is a brand new Mac. I don't have anything installed yet. I essentially am installing all of these things. I think I got rid of Slack, and then I got rid of keeping you awake. Okay. I don't have a new Mac. This is a 7-year-old MacBook. I'm just setting it up fresh. Great. Okay, so I don't know where I was in the edit, but we're gonna try to make this all work together. All right, now that I have this file that has all of the casks that I want to install inside of it, I can essentially run a command that executes a command for each line in this file. So that's what we're going to do now. I'll save that to apps.txt, and then I can do xargs brew install and then point it at apps.txt. So that essentially will execute brew install with each thing in that file. So brew install app cleaner, brew install Discord, etc. So let's go. Nice. Okay. So someone earlier asked, why do I use a Mac? Everything just works. So I hardly ever run into compatibility issues or like freezes or it's just things going wrong. Everything just seems to work. I really like my Mac, and I like the operating system. It's really nice. The other thing is I can use a bash terminal. So if you're on a Linux system, you're using a terminal, I can do that on my Mac, and I can use all of the other apps that are supported on a Mac. So I like to do creative things. So I like to make music. Ableton is an app that I like to use for that. It works on a Mac wonderfully. I can use all of my VSTs and plugins and stuff like that. Works great. Now, I know there are alternatives on Linux, but a lot of times they don't just work out of the box. They require some configuration, and they may not work with some of the hardware that I have. I have like a USB audio interface. I have a Boss looping machine that has USB out. I have MIDI controllers, various other hardware devices that just work out of the box on my Mac that I'd have to do some finagling to get them to work on Linux. And so that's why I like my Mac. Now, you might ask, why don't you just use Windows? Because Windows supports a lot of stuff. What's nice about a Mac is that you can use you could use Windows, you could dual boot Windows, or you could use Windows inside of a virtual machine, or you could use Linux inside of a virtual machine. You can do that on a Mac. Technically, you cannot put OS X inside of a virtual machine running on Windows. And so one of the other nice things about a Mac is that I can build for iOS or for iPhones and for iPads. And you can only do that on a Mac. You can't do that on any other operating system. So obviously it's OS lock-in, but that's just the state of things. So if I want to be able to build a native app for iOS, you have to use a Mac, and that's why I use a Mac. Now, yeah, and some of you might be saying, well, why don't you just use a Windows subsystem for Linux? Again, I can't build for iOS on it. However, it's not the same because I believe, I don't know if WSL2 is the same as WSL, but it actually is running Linux inside of a virtual machine. And then I believe, I don't know, you all can correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but my understanding of Windows subsystem for Linux is that when you enable it, whenever you're running Linux commands, that's actually running inside of a virtual machine, and it actually virtualizes your whole operating system as well. Maybe that was just WSL1, but essentially, like, if you like to use your Windows computer, wrong? Okay. But if you like to use your Windows computer for gaming and stuff like that, in the old version of WSL, it would actually put your entire Windows operating system into a virtual machine as well, so that it could switch between the virtual machines. Yeah, so everyone in the chat is telling me that WSL2 is native. That's fine. It's still not as integrated as the fact that OS X is built on top of FreeBSD. It's like a fork of FreeBSD, and it just works. It's built in. It's not a separate thing. Yeah. And if you use that, that's fine. I'm not saying don't use that. I'm not saying don't use WSL. If you want to be able to execute like Linux type commands on Windows, that's definitely what you would use. Yeah, like I'm saying, use what you prefer. But in my experience, I also run into a lot of compatibility issues on Windows with like trying to find the right drivers and everything for all of these hardware devices that I use. They just work on my Mac. My Mac is not slow. Like I said, this is a 7-year-old MacBook, and I can still use it on a daily basis. It is not slow. It works perfectly fine for me. That said, if you're a gamer, you probably want to use Windows because most games only support Windows. And so if you're in that camp, then it makes sense to use something like WSL because you can use Windows, you can use Linux, and all of your favorite games run on Windows. So, yeah. Yeah, and then I mean, like Arjit is saying, WSL isn't as good as a full Linux setup. Like, you have to choose. I guess if you want, if you have to make compromises, right? But yeah, I get annoyed when I have to type dir. So on my Windows machine, so I use a Windows machine as my my media center PC. And if I am using terminal, I just use git bash. And when I installed git bash, I installed all of the Linux tools, so I can actually type ls on my Windows machine without Windows subsystem for Linux, which is nice. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing. Like, there are certain applications that are just optimized for Mac that are not optimized for like Windows or Linux. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's another interesting option, though, right? So, like, you could use cloud gaming. So I believe there's a thing called Shadow, and for $30 a month, you can get like a really high-powered gaming PC that you just essentially you stream from, you remote into. So when you're playing a game, you're actually streaming the video over the web from some remote gaming computer. But that's nice because you don't have to have a physical Windows thing. Did I install Caffeine? Is that the same thing as like making sure your app doesn't go to sleep? Because I use this app, Keeping You Awake, is what I use, not Caffeine. WSL2 is totally isolated. Okay. That's good to hear. It's good to hear. If you're a programmer, use Mac. If you're a gamer, use Windows. If you're a nerd, use Linux. I mean, so Automod thought that was a bullying word. I don't know. I know that you're not trying to bully anyone. I mean, honestly, you can be a nerd and use anything. You don't have to use Linux to be a nerd. The thing is, like, typically because Linux requires so much configuration and setup, you kind of have to be dedicated. And nerds are just dedicated. Like, nerd is a derogatory term for someone who's really dedicated to what they're doing. And I mean, these days nerds have adopted the term, so it's not as much of a negative term, but that's why a lot of Linux people are dedicated. I'll say that, because they have to do a lot of setup. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the other issue with like more recent Macs. I mean, honestly, more recent Windows computers are falling into this as well. Like, they don't have regular USB ports. Everything's USB-C. So you do have to get adapters and things like that. That's why I still like my voice cracked. That's why I still like the 2015 MacBook Pro. It has full USB ports. It has a full HDMI port. It has an SD card reader. So yeah. What kind of music do I make? I like ambient, chill type stuff. I made a lot of punk rock as a kid. And I still do a little bit of punk stuff every now and then, but most of the stuff I do is just like very chill and ambient. And actually, shout out to me, I actually streamed last night. So my friend Laud and I have a project called Probably Happening, where we just improvise everything on the spot and do live looping. So everything we make is completely created on the spot. Nothing's planned, and we do live loops of it. Meaning we loop our instruments. So like I'll come up with a riff on my guitar, then we'll loop it, and then I'll come up with the riff on the bass, and then the piano, and Laud plays drums and synths and stuff like that. Yeah. We might be going live again on Thursday. Let's talk about Mac's prices. That's the issue. Yeah, like if you want a new Mac, you're gonna pay like $1,500 for it. You could get a used MacBook 2015 or 2015 MacBook Pro for like $800 on eBay. But yeah. Yeah, and so Patchstep, are you on a Mac? Are you basically making an argument for using a Mac for music production? But because yeah, like the Focusrite is a USB audio interface. It basically allows you to plug in audio devices, and then it works over USB. And then Core Audio is the built-in. I guess you are talking about a Mac then, but that's the built-in way of running hardware audio devices. ASIO is the thing used on Windows. Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing is like a base Windows install comes with so much bloatware, so much. And on a Mac, it doesn't, for the most part. Like, if we look in the applications directory, the stuff that comes on a Mac is pretty standard. Yeah, I mean, the only things that I installed before today were Ableton and Native, because this gives me my guitar rig stuff. But other than that, like, there's no bloatware, there's no extra stuff. Though, I do have a tip for you, because I actually did this on all of my Windows machines. There's a thing called... does anyone know what it's called? It's a tool that allows you to pull features from a Windows install disk, so that when you install it, it only has the things that you specified. I forget what it's called. It's a command line tool. Oh, it's MSMG Linux. Just use Linux, says Park. No. Debloat Windows installer. And it's not even like a script you can run. You literally point it. It actually uses like built-in Windows tools, but you point it at a Windows install ISO or a Windows install disk, and you can actually like remove the features from it, create a new install disk, and now you get an install disk. Yeah, so dsym is what it uses under the hood. What is it called? MSMG tool. That's it. Okay. If you use Windows and you like installing Windows on your new machines and stuff like that, this tool is going to blow your mind. It takes some getting used to, but essentially, you can remove all of the bloatware from the installer itself. So when you install the operating system, it just doesn't have any bloatware on it. And someone asked, what is bloatware? Bloatware is just extra stuff that you do not need. So like Facebook, or some of the weird games that come pre-installed. For me, even like the Xbox features that come with Windows, to me that's bloatware, because I don't play games. I don't need that on my machine. What are some of the other stuff? Like all of the built-in. Oh yeah, so that's the other thing, is you can remove. And I'm reading live chat over here. I realize that this is not live chat, but someone mentioned Edge. You can actually remove Microsoft Edge from the install. And so all of my recent Windows machines that I've set up are so clean. No bloatware, no Edge, and then I install Firefox. So you can actually have a Windows machine that doesn't have Edge on it and only has Firefox. You can also integrate drivers. So I have a Chinese Windows tablet I extracted all the drivers from, put those onto an install tool, and then now after the install was done, I didn't have to install any custom drivers because they were embedded in the image. You can also embed Windows updates and Windows features. So essentially, you can create an install disk that has all of this stuff built in. You remove all the features that you don't want, and you get like a clean install. The other thing you can do is you can remove Windows having to log in with a Microsoft account, so like a Windows account. Because typically when you're setting up a new Windows machine, it has to be connected to the internet, and then you actually have to install with your actual Microsoft Windows account, Microsoft account. You can completely remove that feature from the operating system, so when you install it, you just get a local user. Regardless, this tool is super sweet. I'll probably do a YouTube video on it one day, because I've created some like super bare Windows setups, and they're so fast. They're great. Yeah, and like I said, it's usually for IT people. Dracnet is saying, is that legal? No, it is. So the tools that it uses under the hood are dsym, and there's one other tool, but those tools come from Microsoft. So like the features themselves are usually for like IT departments that might be installing Windows on lots of different machines. And there are certain corporations that like don't want Facebook installed on a Windows machine by default. And so they can create custom installers. And so yeah, it's not illegal. It's essentially with a part of the operating system. And DK8996, thank you very much for that sub. All right, I got to catch up on chat, and then I'll probably take a quick break. But when I come back, I'm going to catch up on chat. But then after I come back, we'll dive into these other tools and show you how I use them. I need to show you my Firefox settings, and then I also need to show you my operating system settings, which I haven't set up yet. Let's see, what have I done? Yeah, I did productivity. I need to set this up. And then I need to set up my code editor and everything. Yeah, so we're going to do... I've been live for 2.5 hours, and we still have all this to do when I get back. But let me finish catching up on chat. Yeah. Yeah, so no new MacBook. And what's up, Mr. Demon Wolf? Thanks for being here. I did not get a new MacBook. I just wiped my old MacBook completely clean and then reinstalled... OS X Monterey. Now talk about the Mac. I lost a ton of chats. I think we were roughly right here. Let's see. I'll just use the arrow keys because when I was scrolling, we were missing a bunch of chats. Yeah. So in a little bit, I'm going to show you VS Code. I'm going to show you all the plugins I use, all that good stuff. But yeah, Macs are expensive, and I don't stream from my Mac, so that's why I was able to actually lock. I was able to lock my or sleep my machine earlier, and still not do that. But look, I can put this machine to sleep, and the stream is still live because this is plugged into an HDMI capture of my on my Windows PC, which is actually running the stream. So yeah, I use a separate computer to run the stream. Proudly a nerd. Exactly. All right, I think we were roughly around here. Do I release my music? So with the Probably Happening project, the idea there is everything we create is always on the spot, and so we kind of never want to even create an album. All of our music is just experienced either through a live stream or a live show. I did start making some stuff on SoundCloud. It's fine. I'm not that proud of it. Yeah, here's like 3 different songs that I worked on recently. Anything I do ambient, any more like ambient type stuff that I do that's not probably happening will probably get posted here. Yeah, I think the newer MacBook Pros do have like 4 USB-C ports. Yeah, I think that's also my main point, Andrew, is like, I don't want to spend all the time configuring Linux to get it to work with how I want to work. A Mac usually just works. And that's why I like it. Yeah. Patricia says they love their 2015 MacBook Pro more than their family members. Yeah, we talked about bloatware. Bloatware is just extra stuff that you don't need that comes pre-installed. Like, I would say like Samsung phones come with a lot of bloatware. Like if a phone comes with Facebook pre-installed, that is bloatware, and it probably comes with other bloatware as well. Yeah. Yeah. And hello, Mr. Demon Wolf. I did not get a new MacBook. I still have the 2015. I just wiped it clean and am reloading it. Yeah, the thing is, you could get these things working with Windows. In my experience, it still requires more setup. Like, you have to search for the right drivers and stuff like that. But yeah. This also looks... Yeah, it does. So the site for MSMG Toolkit... It does not look very trustworthy, but it is. If you search YouTube, you can see people that have done videos on the MSMG Toolkit, and it's also funny that when you want to download it, it actually takes you to Mega. Oh no, it takes you to a Russian download. So it looks spammy. It works, though. Now that I think about it, because they wrote the tool, they actually could inject rootkits and malware in your cleaned up operating system. So maybe you can find an installer on GitHub or something like that. And welcome in, Alka. I was going to ask you, Alka, what is the URL for Overseer? Because I guess I'll have to relog in, but is it dashboard / dashboard list? Also, none of the events were popping up. I don't know if I did something wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's the... Yeah, you can remove Windows Defender. Yeah. What happens if you remove Edge on Windows 11? I have no idea. I've only used one... is it... Oh, okay. I've only used Windows 10. Windows 11 is the latest Windows operating system. Yeah, and then Alvia is mentioning Windows 10 debloater. Like, you could use this tool if you've already installed Windows, but what's nice about the MSMG toolkit is you can essentially create an installer that doesn't have all the debloat in it, or have all the bloat in it to begin with. That's probably true, Indra. Like, if you set up Windows and then make sure you're not connected to the internet, I think you can log into the machine without a Microsoft account. But all of the Microsoft account features are still technically on the operating system. Yeah. All right, missed a bunch of chats. Oh, they have a HDMI port? If I was actually making money right now, maybe I would get the M2 MacBook. But this is my job, and I have not released a course yet, so I'm not really making any money. I don't have the money to buy a new MacBook, $2,000 MacBook. Oh yeah, I did see the MagSafe. That's pretty sweet. It doesn't take up a USB-C port. Where did I learn to type? I learned to type in the 4th grade. Or was it 3rd grade? I learned to type in school. Yeah. Is Cortana bloatware? I think it is. I don't use Cortana. I remove it. Yeah. And that's the thing, like, we could talk about this all day, like things that work better on Mac that don't work on Windows, but people could also say like some things work better on Windows that don't work on Mac, like certain games. But it really depends on what you're doing, and like for me, the Mac is the best of all worlds because I can do Linux things, I can do all the stuff that I want to do, and if I really, really need to run a Windows app, I can run it in a virtual machine. Now, I'm not a gamer, I don't play games, so I don't need a Windows machine to play games. And if I did, I technically have Windows machines that I could use to play games if I wanted to, but they would be dedicated to playing games, not for developing and all the other things that I want to do. All right, I kind of gotta, we're showing our age, we learned to type in school. The thing is, yeah, I guess these days, are kids learning to type like in 1st, 2nd grade? Or I guess they're probably learning to type before that because they're typing on their mommy's iPad to search for YouTube videos and stuff like that. Yeah, do they not teach typing anymore? Is that not a thing? How could they not teach typing in school? I remember I had, what was it called? And BTRSL, thank you very much for that, Prime. There was, it was called like computer literacy. I had that like in middle school. Yeah. Not even a gamer. Yeah, and yeah, I think we'll end the divisive discussion on Mac versus Windows versus Linux with use whatever you prefer. You may have all the reasons in the world why you use the thing that you're using, but I am not you and you are not me. So I have my reasons for using what I use and you have your reasons for using what you use. We can both coexist and the world will keep moving, and that's great. that's what I love about compromise, and just it's great that people can have opinions. It's great that you can have different opinions than me, because if everyone had the same opinion, we would live in a very boring world. So that's what I'll say about that. But Callie Clips is saying they don't teach typing in school anymore. So is it just assumed that kids already know how to type? How do people know how to type? And I appreciate that, CBL. I remember you helped me out with something early. Oh, you helped me out with the brew thing. Thank you for helping me out with the brew thing. I appreciate that. In Germany, it's not in the curriculum. Oh, you literally, everything's taught on a computer. You just have to type anyways. Wow, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm going to take a break though. But Owen Coates is saying, what does it mean after you install a program on a Mac and they have a question mark instead of an actual icon? It might, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Let's look at my applications. Do any of these have a question mark? Or will they have a question mark in the dock? Yeah. I hate home row typing. I learned on the home row. Yeah. I appreciate that, CBL. Yeah, I guess you might have been the one in the Discord that mentioned it. I've been meaning to do this for a long time, but yeah. After I restarted in the dock, okay, it could be that you haven't launched them yet and you haven't approved them, or they are unsigned applications, meaning like they weren't signed with a Apple issued certificate that makes them legitimate applications. Some of the freer open source apps that you might get or install from GitHub don't have that. So that's likely, oh yeah, there's no topic overlay. I don't have anything running entry, but that likely is why it's showing a question mark. I think if you try launching it, it'll probably prompt you and say, or it'll say like, can't launch this app unless you have allowed unknown apps, or it'll say like, this app was downloaded from the internet. Are you sure you want to run this? That's what I think anyways. I don't know. Yeah. How's my experience with Android development? I've only done really basic things. And then so I don't work at the company I was working at anymore, but on a recent project there, I was doing things that required me to test it on Android and to run like a development build of Android and do like ADB logs and stuff like that. So that's my experience with that. What's home row typing? So this is actually amazing that some people might not know this. I mean, you might know it without knowing it, but look at your keyboard right now. If you have a detached, even my MacBook has it. So you see how the F and the J key have a little embossed thing on there that it protrudes a little bit. Let's see if I can show this. You can't see it, but the F and the J key have that little protrusion on there, and that is so you can put your hands on the keyboard without looking. And if you put your hands on the keyboard where your two pointer fingers are on the F and the J, you are now on the home row. And so when I learned to type, I guess this might not be a thing anymore. When I learned to type, you start with your hands where your pointer fingers are on the F and the J, and then you move from there. So like, I mean, I wish I could put a camera on my hands while I, yeah. And so so Pib, you know home row typing, you just didn't call it that. Well, I did not know that, Patch Step. Yeah. Yep, but that's the home row. Yeah, and so I guess I don't know. I'm baffled. I mean, I'm getting old. Things are not the way they used to be. So Alka says I put my hand on WASD, and then I guess on the right one. Yeah, so you're a gamer. You use game row typing. All right, let's play Type Racer, and then I will take a 20-minute break. Is this it? This is it. All right, so go to that link, and then we're all going to race each other to see who can type the fastest. Try asking someone about a cassette player. Yeah. All right, here we go. Here we go. She's got a smile that it seems to me remind me of a childhood memory where everything was as fresh as the bright blue sky. Yes, the bright blue sky. Now and then when I see her, hey, she takes me away to that special place. Come on, come on. And if I stay too long, I'd probably break down and cry. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. Thank you, Pip Pip. No, it's Sweet Child of Mine. It's Sweet Child of Mine. That's the song I was singing. Oh, 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 sweet child of mine. All right, what did I get? I got 70 words per minute. Yeah. I have pretty good falsetto. I'll say that. Cool. It looks like I am an average typer. 30 words per minute. Yeah. Yeah, and so that's the thing. Like when you incorporate like punctuation, those are the things that I don't have memorized as much. So I have to look down or I have to try a couple of times. What's monkey type? I'm curious though. So like on websites that teach you how to type, do they teach about the home row still? I would assume like keyboards still have the home row marked, right? So if the home row is marked on keyboards, do people still learn to use the home row, or is it just like are those home row notations just a relic of the past that no one really even uses anymore? Like, are we going to reach a time where like there's just these little marks on the keyboard that nobody actually knows what they're for? Okay, so people are saying that websites that teach how to type still have the home row lesson. Yeah. I guess that's a good point. Like if you're typing on a touchscreen, there are no nipples on the keyboard. I learned nipples is the actual term for the little bump on the keyboard. Yeah. Huh. All right. Good to know. What a thought experiment. It's also interesting to see that I can talk while typing, so it's like a simultaneous process in my head that allows me to say other things that's not what I'm actually typing. Like I can talk about other stuff while my brain is still letting all of this happen. Like this, I guess it's like unconscious practice of how I've been able to do other things and type other things while talking about other things. Amazing. But actually, I think that's what makes me a good presenter and good live coder, is that I can talk about other things while typing other code. Because you may have seen some live coders will literally say the words that they're typing. Like they'll say semicolon, parentheses, and I don't do that. Like I type out the code, but I talk about it more generally as I type it out. Yeah. All right, I gotta take a break. I think I'll leave you with a YouTube video and take a 20-minute break. Oh, Codeco made that? Shout out to Codeco. Can we click? I can't. My shout out bot isn't running. Did Codeco make monkey type? Yeah, check out Codico. All right, what video will I leave you with? What did Codico make then? Does Miodex stream on Twitch? Oh, they made Speed Typer? Never heard of that one. Hey, I guess. Oh, can you log in with Twitch? And then it. Nice. Shout out to all these. Go to speedtyper.dev and then click on all these people and follow their Twitch. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna show you in a minute. Because I guess, are we seeing ads? I just use Firefox with the uBlock Origin plugin. I guess I'll leave you with the destructuring video. I feel like I play this one a lot for people, but that's okay. I'm gonna take a quick 20-minute break. When I come back, though, we are going to talk about. I'll tell you what but before I leave, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. So, I'm going to show you my OS X specific settings. So, right now, when I launch the Finder, it just shows me this stuff, and like it shows me recents. I don't use the recents feature. Like, I feel like this is another relic of being old or just using a computer differently. Like, I am very organized, and everything I do is in specific folders. So I don't need recent documents because I know where stuff is, so I will go to that folder. But yeah, I don't use recents, I don't use tags, and I like to put various favorites and things over here. There's also some other Finder settings where you can show stats and how much memory is left on your hard drive and stuff. I'm going to set up all of those settings when I get back. And then I'm also going to show you how I set up Firefox. So I'm going to install all my extensions. And then I'm also going to show you how I set up VS Code and all of my extensions and settings there. Okay. All right. I will be back in 20 minutes. In the meantime, enjoy past CJ with green hair. I guess I can click this. Is it in HD, though? Let's make sure it's in HD. It's not in HD. Okay. See you soon. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. This is going to be a quick intro to destructuring, and then we'll also talk about where destructuring might be used. Useful, especially in the scenario of like you're in node.js, you have a module that exports multiple things and you want to import multiple things into another file. But we'll get there. Let's just first start with like what is basic destructuring. So let's say I have myself an object called person, And in that person, I have a name, which is CJ, just like that, because that's me. So this object represents me. And let's say I want a variable that has the name of that person inside of it. So I could do this. I could say name equals person.name. My linter is yelling at me because it says prefer destructuring. But let's see what happens here. So I'm going to use Quokka, which is a tool that will run my code inside the editor. But you can see we've done it, right? We've extracted that name property into a variable called name. And that's great. This is like the old way of doing it. And destructuring is syntactic sugar that makes it a little bit nicer to do something like this. And where it is really nice is when you have multiple properties. So you could have something like, let's say I have a dog, and that dog has a name, which is Panzer. And let's say I have a snack, and that snack is a cashew butter cup. And I have a drink, and that drink is water. So now our object has a bunch of properties, and let's say I wanted more variables. I could say something like snack equals person dot snack. Did I spell drink wrong? No, I didn't. And then we could log the snack. Oh, good job. Good job, NovaScript. Not the snake, the snack. And that should be cashew buttercup. Great. And we could do this all day, right? We could create variables that access individual properties. Now, where destructuring is useful is instead of having to access each individual property and then put it into a variable, you can do it all in one go. So this is the old way, and then in ES 2015, destructuring was introduced. So what you do is you put an object on the left-hand side, or you put curly braces on the left-hand side of the equal sign. It's a little weird, but we'll do this. We'll say const curly braces equals person. All right? This currently is invalid syntax. And now what I do is inside of these curly braces, I specify all of the properties that I want to pull out and put into a variable. So I can just do name and snack. Done. So basically what I've done here is, so right-hand side is an object or something with properties on it. The left-hand side is curly braces, and I specify the name of each of the properties that are inside of the object that I want to put into variables. And now we have variables name and snack, which is great. And so this is basic destructuring. Instead of having to individually access a property, put it in a variable, we can kind of do it all in one go, just like this. And you can do a lot more interesting things. So you can do things like default assignment. So I can say, like, if name is not specified, then name should be CJ. And so actually, let's show you. I'll show you what happens if that property was not on there. So right now we're destructuring name and snack from that. Oh, you're right. Let it be known, this is object destructuring. I'll show array destructuring really quick, but let's say I don't have a name property. Now when I destructured it, it's undefined. But I can combine that with default values and say, if there is no name in there, then set name to be that. And now I get CJ. So this is really useful if you're like dealing with results from an API and potentially a value doesn't exist in the response. You can do things like default assignment. You can also rename the variables. So if we put name back in there, now we're making it, we're extracting name, right? And let's say I actually want to rename this variable. So inside of the object, it's called name. So I do have to say name here, but let's say I want to put it in a variable called my name. I can just do name colon my name. And now that creates a variable called my name. And you can see the error I get is name is not defined because I no longer have a variable called name. I can now use the variable my name, like that. So there's renaming, there's default assignment. The other thing is like nested destructuring. So let's go deeper. How do you change the name and the default? Oh, are you like, is that a trick question? I think, can you do this? My name equals what? Hey, that's some weird syntax. But basically this says there is a property in the object called name. Extract it into a variable called my name, and if it does not have a value, assign it to the value wat. Good call, Alka. Inception destructuring. But we're just going to go back to this. Okay, what I'm going to show you next is like nested destructuring. So you'll notice that there also is a dog with the name Panzer. Now, of course, I could extract out dog, right? Yeah, and this is what we're going to show you right now. How do you get that dog name? So dog, and that gives me the object itself, and it's a reference to that same object. I can get that. Now, let's say I want the dog name. we can go deeper. So if the property you're destructuring is an object, you do curly braces, and then you can specify the properties you want to extract from that nested object. So let's say I do want to extract the name. Now, if I do this, we now technically have an error because we're trying to define two different variables with the name. So in this scenario, I absolutely have to rename one of them. I could call this one my name. And you see that name becomes Panzer. Or I could say name is dog name. And then you'll notice that we no longer are destructuring dog. I think, like, can I do this? Like, extract dog. Crazy. I've never actually done this. I don't know why you would do it, but check it. So if I want to extract the object into a variable called dog, I'll specify it. And then if I want to extract properties inside of that object, I can specify it below that. I literally did not know that you could do this. That's pretty cool. But as you can see down here, is we have a variable called dog. So I've never done that either, but I do know when I should have done that. I didn't know I could. So we have a variable called dog, which is the object, and then we have a variable called dog name, which is just the dog name itself. And this can go infinitely deep. So you can destructure nested properties. You can have default names inside nested properties. You can have default assignment. You can rename them. It goes all the way down. What if you change it? What do you mean? Okay. So that gets into the idea of reference values versus primitive values. So these values, name and snack, are primitives. So if I change them, so right now, if I log person, you should see that it has the name CJ and all that. If I change the variable name, actually I can't because it's a const variable. But let's say we made these let. Let's make these changeable variables. So if I said name equals wat, if we log the name now, we're going to get wat. Right? But if I log the person, what will it be? And why? First non-sub in the chat to tell me will get gifted a sub. So if I log the person right now, what will the value of name be on the person and why? It will be CJ, but why? Oh, that's true, Andrew. We can even talk about that because you can do a default assignment of an object with the default values inside of it. Because if you're changing the var, not the struct itself, or not the object itself, it's not a reference. Yeah, I'll give you a sub, Christinus. So like, because I destructured name, it's a primitive value. It's just it's a copy of the string. But if we look at the original person, they still have the name CJ, and that this just has to do with like primitive versus reference types. Not really anything to do with destructuring, but yeah, good call. Yeah, it was a copy of the value. Okay, and then the other thing I'll show you is like what Andrew talked about is we could do a default assignment of the dog. So let's say we didn't have a dog property. Now you see that we get an error here because I'm trying to destructure dog, but dog is not defined on the original object. But what I can do is I can say dog has a default value of like name, Panzer, like that. Cool. Oh, no. Wait. Can I do that? No, this gets weird because now I want to do this basically. I could do this. I could say dog equals an object where the name is Panzer. Like this. So I am now, if dog is not defined on the original object, set it to be this object with this property name. I'd never done that before, so I don't know how you would do a default assignment and destructure the dog itself. Things get weird. But yeah, this is a default assignment of an object. Cool. Let's put that dog back. All right, so that's destructuring. Yeah, because it's a value type, exactly. Do. Yeah, Alka's going way deep, way deep. This is a mess. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what's known as syntactic sugar, right? Because you can write your code this way, but it's a little bit nicer to do this. Save some lines of code. I don't know. Okay, so this is object destructuring. The other thing I'll show you really quick is array destructuring. So if I have an array of values, and that just has 1, 2, and 3. I can do this. I can say first equals values. And what will first have inside of it? Anyone want to take a guess? Anybody? Anybody? There are 2 flies. Oh, look at him. He landed on my finger. I don't know if you can see him. I literally just put my hand out and he landed on my finger. Okay, go over there. Go over there. One, exactly. Ah! Yeah, so it is just the value 1. So the way array destructuring works is it's very similar, but instead of curly braces, you use square brackets. And we have square brackets, and we're saying the first value in the array should be assigned to this variable called first. You can also have second and third, and of course these are all going to have 1, 2, and 3. And just like object destructuring, I mean, technically you could rename them. You could say this is like wat, who, and fly, and now we have these 3 variables wat, who, and fly, which are equal to the first 3 values in the array. Yeah. This extension is called Quokka.js. Cool, so you can do array destructuring. One thing you might also do is, let's say I want a variable that has the 3rd value in the array inside of it, but I don't want the first 2. You can just leave those blank. So if you do comma, fly, that skips the first 2 and then puts the 3rd value inside of the variable called fly. And so this is useful if you have an array with multiple things and you know that you only want to extract certain ones at certain indices. It is similar to multiple assignment, yeah, because basically you're taking the values from an array and putting them into multiple variables. You're extracting the prototype with the default constructor? Hey, what about squashing? So this is, yeah, the rest or the spread operator. You wouldn't really use that here. Yeah, so it has the... That's not useful here, but JavaScript does have it. Useful, but weird looking, yeah. So here's the other thing. So okay, so check it. So that's one way to do it, but I'll show you another way, which I kind of prefer, but here's the thing. In JavaScript, everything is an object, right? So if everything is an object, then how could I use object destructuring to get the value 3 and put it into a variable called fly? The first non-sub to tell me will get gifted a sub. So instead of array destructuring, I want to use object destructuring to take this value and put it into a variable called fly. Oh, I know this. To fly, yeah, you got it, Strider. So an array is just kind of like an object that has keys. The key is 2, and then I want to rename it to fly. Look at that. We've used object destructuring on an array. Yeah. So it's because the keys in this array are actually the indices, right? Because you could say 0 is wat and 1 is who. And now we've taken the indices in the array and put them into those variables. Weird, yeah. I mean, I actually would prefer this because then you don't have the weird, like, empty floating commas. That's it. All right, everyone. I think that's all there is to say about destructuring. One thing I'll show you real quick as like a practical example of this is, let's say we have a file called mathutils. And inside of this, I have a function called add that takes in a and b. And that won't pass my code review. This just returns a plus b. And then let's say I have another function called multiply. And I can return a plus b. And I want to make these 2 functions available to the outside world. So I'm in node.js, and I'm going to use common.js, which is use module.exports and require. And thank you, Bjolny, for the Twitch Prime sub. So I'm going to export an object that has an add property and a multiply property on it. And so this module exports an object. I can import that object into another file and then use those functions. So let's do that here. I actually think Quokka is going to break if I do this, but I could put it into an object called mathutils, like that. Yeah. So only the Pro edition allows us to import files, so that's fine. But did I do multiply with a plus sign? Oh, yeah, you're right. It should be a multiplication sign. But regardless, I have functions here. I've exported them as an object, and now I want to use those elsewhere. Now, of course, I could just import the entire object. And then, and let me kill Quokka really quick. So I could do mathutils.add or mathutils.multiply. 1 and 2, or multiply. Exactly, right. But now that you know how destructuring works, we basically can put these into a non-namespaced function. So I can just say add and multiply. And now I directly have access to those functions, and I don't need to namespace them on mathutils. So that's like a practical example. I mentioned we're in CommonJS. You could do a very similar thing in ES 2015. It's a little bit different because you basically export each individual function and then you would import them, but it uses a similar syntax in that you're destructuring those exported named exports. The multiply function is wrong. I think we fixed it. What's up, Bob? All right, I think that's it. Anything else I should talk about in terms of array destructuring, object destructuring? This was fun. We talked a lot about a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think I did see a message, though, like, why not values it too? You're right. I mean, that's probably even simpler than either of these two things. Is we could say const fly equals values at 2. And in this scenario, it's probably more useful to do that. But basically, you could use destructuring, or you could just assign them to variables. All right, I don't see any other suggestions, so I think... Yeah, but if you do it with like this, you're not flexing your destructuring knowledge. Can you destructure the file contents without passing every argument? You can't. That's the tricky part. And I see what you're saying is like, let's say you have 100 functions and you want to import all of them in the namespace itself. You can't do that. You have to actually name each individual one. Yeah. The spread operator with destructuring? That's too advanced. I think we're going to end it there. This video is already like 10 minutes long. But yeah, unfortunately in JavaScript, you cannot do that. So you would have to literally write out every single one, or you would put them behind a namespace. Yeah, there's no wildcard destructuring. No. Hello? I'm back. I will mention that in JavaScript, there actually is a way to bring things into the current scope. It's called the with keyword, but you shouldn't use it because the JavaScript engine won't know how to optimize your code if you use the with keyword. All right, I'm back. The video is basically over. So here I am. This is current day CJ. And yeah, the code show asked, did I get a new MacBook? Nope, I'm still on a 2015 MacBook Pro. I just decided to wipe it clean and start from scratch. I don't know. It's hard to find the words. Yeah, you're totally right, Alka. Like, if you wanted to destructure everything, you could use the rest arguments. But what they were talking about is like they just want to, similar to how in C# or in Java you can do using or import, and that makes everything in that namespace available without having to do namespace dot. There's really no good way of doing that in JavaScript. Yeah. Because you almost always have to import the named thing directly, or import the namespace and then do namespace dot. Yeah. Cool. Welcome in, everyone. I think I missed some support. Vinix, thanks for the Prime sub while I was away. Yeah, and they also mentioned something. What did they mention? Array. Yeah, so when I made that destructuring video, I don't think array.at was supported yet. But yeah, if you want to grab the last thing from an array, this is probably the best way to do it these days. Okay. I'm back. Let me update my title. And I mean, I do want to be done fairly quickly, so I'll probably pay less attention to chat, but we need to get through some things. So what I'm going to do next is set up my OS X settings. Then I'm actually going to set up Node and my editor. And then after that, if I still have time, I'll talk about all of the extensions that I use in Firefox. But we gotta move quickly because I got things to do. But yeah, I basically just wiped my old MacBook clean and then reinstalled Monterey 12.5. Well, I didn't know that, Mr. Demon Wolf. I do like to talk about the settings one by one, though. All right, we can close that. We can go here. And honestly, in the video, I might edit this to come before productivity. Let's just talk about it like we haven't done any of the productivity stuff. All right, now I'm going to set up OS X settings. So if you open Finder on a Mac, so Finder is the thing used to navigate your files and things like that. By default, it's going to show recents. I actually do not like recent. You can see that this is a little sample. I don't even know if it played, but because I was making music on my machine, this is the most recent file. But I don't use recents. If I'm using Finder, I'm specifically going into a folder to choose the things that I want. So I want to get rid of that. I also don't use AirDrop. I don't have a lot of friends, and also, I mean, you would typically use AirDrop to share files with friends. I share using like Dropbox or Google Drive or something like that. And then there's a bunch of this other stuff that I don't use. So I want to adjust the Finder to have my most preferred settings. So again, if you press Command, comma, it's going to bring up the settings. And Acorn, thank you very much for that raid. We are currently setting up my Mac, and I've taken a step back, and we're actually just talking about Mac settings that we're about to change. But welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. My shoutout bot is not running because I'm on a new Mac, but we can do it manually. We have the power. We can say Twitch. We got it. Twitch.tv/ There you go. I don't think I needed Alka because next stream I'll have my bots running. Appreciate it though. But yeah, check them out. Thank you very much for the raid. But yeah, we're setting up our Mac and we're working on settings. So I did mention it, but pretty much everywhere on a Mac, Command, comma is the way to bring up the settings or the preferences. So if I press Command, comma while I'm in Finder, it brings up the settings, and now I can turn things off or on. So under General, I don't like showing external disks or CDs on the desktop. And HTTP 404, thank you very much for the sub. I like to keep my desktop clean. I don't put files here. I don't put icons here. I just turn that off because whenever you mount a DMG or you plug in a USB drive, those are going to show up here. So I don't like that showing up on my desktop. And then in a new Finder window, I want to see my home directory. So just CJ. I like opening things in new tabs. I actually just want to disable all of these tags. I don't use tags. And Donald Pankies or Pankies. Thank you very much for the gift subs. Whoa, 10 gifted. You're too kind. You are too kind. Thank you very much for the gifts. And even more Monster with the sub. Come on. And what's up, Opti? Thanks for being here. Opti got gifted. Shout out to Opti as well. Actually, did you enable the shout out bot? Okay. Okay, that's fine. Twitch.tv/Opti. I feel like Twitch should have a built-in way of linking to someone's channel. Oh. I forgot that the old overlay was going to show the GIFs one at a time. That is why I built my own overlay. I am actually going to have to just stop that right now. I appreciate you. Thank you for all the gifts, but I can't have that constantly going. Just a second. Okay. And Donald Packies with the sub. I appreciate that. Did that show up? Oh goodness, did I break everything? Oh well, thank you very much. All right, back to the settings. Yeah, I mean, AirDrop makes sense. I think if you have a lot of iOS or a lot of Apple devices, I don't use an iPhone, so I don't really ever transfer files between my phone and my MacBook. And I don't really know other people that use Apple devices, so I don't really have a use for AirDrop. I think I've used it maybe once before. Can't even remember what I used it for, though. Pib with the gifts, come on. My goodness, thank you very much, Pib. I need a way to see all this recent stuff. that's not showing in my Streamlabs dashboard. Pib with the 10. Thank you. You all are too kind. Oh, I totally forgot about closed captions. You're totally right. I need to enable that. Yeah, that's the one tricky thing about this. Test 1 2. Hello. Can you hear me? Test 1 2. The subtitles should be enabled now. Awesome. Yeah, thank you, Pib, for the gifts. I really appreciate it. Okay. Curious why Streamlabs doesn't show gifted subs? Is that an issue? Thank you, Pip. I appreciate it. Taffman with the Prime. Thank you very much for that Prime. That got lost in all the notifications. And thanks again, Donald Pickies, for the 10. Okay, we're just removing tags because I don't use them. Can anyone in chat tell me a good reason to use tags on a Mac? I mean, you could. I don't even know if you could convince me because I just don't use them. Imagine using Twitch chat window. I feel so lost right now because all my overlays and everything aren't running. Okay, now for the sidebar, I like to disable recents, disable airdrop. Like I said, I don't use it, but if you do, you can keep it, but I don't use it. I like to show all of my other main directories. And then I don't want to show recent tags. Cool, and I'll leave all of these other things checked. Let's look under advanced. Yeah, so this is another thing, show all file name extensions. I'm a developer. I guess that's not the main reason you would want to see extensions, but usually when I'm looking in Finder, I want to see what type files are, because a lot of times it hides that from you, and then there's just like a kind column, but I want to see those extensions because sometimes I want to change the extension, so I like to keep that open. I won't show a warning when changing an extension because if I'm changing an extension, I know what I'm doing. I'll show a warning before moving to trash. And when performing a search, I want to search the current folder. So I don't use it that often, but if I'm in Finder and I need to search for something, I typically don't want to search my entire hard drive. I just want to search the folder that I'm in. So I change that settings. And then now I'll bring that to the top because I use it the most often. That's also there. Seems fine. But now, because I changed that setting, when I open Finder, it should always go to my home directory, which is awesome. And then the next thing I'll do is I'll actually create my directory where I put all of my code projects. So in my terminal, so right now I'm in my home directory, I'm going to make a directory called dev. You can call this folder whatever you want. Some people call it workspace. Some people call it projects. I like to call mine dev. And then now inside of dev is where I put all of my code projects. All of them will exist inside of there. So in Finder, I like to put dev on the sidebar here so that I have quick access to it. And so I just drag and drop it, and now I can instantly get to my dev folder. Cool. So that's it for Finder settings. Well, actually, no, it's not. There's a little bit more. If you go to View, go to View. There's a bunch of settings in here that will show us more information. So if I show the status bar, now I can see how much hard drive space is available on my hard drive. I like to do this because sometimes I'm like downloading or extracting a really large file, and I like to see at a glance how much hard drive space I have. I also like to see what directory I'm currently in. This is a quick rant and a quick gripe, but I feel like operating systems have started to remove things that were very useful, but the average user would maybe get confused by. So like things like seeing the path bar. I feel like operating systems are trying to get people to forget about the fact that there's actually a tree of folders, and when you're in a specific folder, you're within that tree. I like to see this all the time. I don't know why that's even disabled by default. So this is nice because wherever I am on my computer, I can see this, and I can click to go up in the hierarchy as well. I also want to show the tab bar. So if I open up multiple tabs, I can have multiple tabs, each one with different stuff in it. And I just like that showing. And I don't know what that just did. I've never used that feature before. I don't know if that's new on Monterey. Show all tabs. But that's fine. And also, I don't really ever have this preview showing. If you're in a folder that has like pictures or movies, it might be nice to have the preview, but I always have the preview disabled, so it gives me more real estate inside of the Finder. Okay, so those are all of my settings. It's nice. I can see where I am on my hard drive. I can see how much space I have on my hard drive, all that good stuff. Yeah, and no worries, Tiny Synapse. I appreciate the comment, because we talked about this earlier. A lot of the things that I'm installing, most people are just like, you get that for free on Windows, or you get that for free on whatever Linux distro I'm using. These things you don't get on a Mac. And we've already spent like almost an hour talking about why I prefer Mac and all the different things. But look, I enabled these settings. Now I can do it on my Mac. Good to go. So those are all of my main operating system settings. Yeah, that should be it. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on settings or what you might use? Somebody mentioned an app. What is that app? Oh yeah, Evan Lee just asked how I made that folder. I just used the terminal. So inside of the terminal, you can run commands that can operate on the file system. So you can run commands that say like, what directory are you inside of? Like this is synonymous with having a Finder window open and being in the CJ folder. And then I typed mkdir, which is a command for making a directory. It's the same thing as right-clicking, saying new folder, but I just did it with commands instead of through the GUI. Oh, and this is another thing I like about Alfred. It has this empty trash quick feature, so when I can command space and just search for empty trash. So yeah, I just made the directory inside of the terminal here. I believe there's a Google Drive client for Mac, yeah. Yeah, this is still my old Mac. And welcome in new peeps. And Donald Pakey's with more gifts? Come on, Donald. What are you doing? What are you doing? I really appreciate the support. Maybe I will be able to afford an M2 Mac. Because right now, I can't. I mean, I technically could, but I don't want to dip into savings just to buy a new Mac when this this is a 7-year-old MacBook, and it still works perfectly fine for everything that I need. Oh, I've never heard of Snapdrop. It is cross-platform AirDrop. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, so I won't have a review for you because this is still an old 2015 MacBook Pro. Yeah. And thanks again, Donald Pakey's, for all the gift subs. With the Mac Automator, you can create a quick action to open folders in VS Code from Finder. Oh, I like that. Yeah. So if you've never used a Mac, there's this thing called Automator, and you can create you could actually create a clickable application that you could share with people. And then you can do all kinds of things. What I've used this before is for resizing images. So if you search for images, there's like a scale image action. So you could say scale, and then you could also, so there's another action that says select Finder items. So select Finder items and then scale them to a specific percentage, like 50%. And actually this one does make a copy of it before scaling it. But you can do all kinds of stuff like that, like drag it into the workflow, and then when I click run, that will actually run it, and I can also save it as an app that I could share and then rerun. So what they were mentioning is you could do like a current folder open in code type of workflow thing, which is pretty sweet. I'll just delete that. Cool. Yeah. I do not use iCloud, no. So that's the other thing, is like I'm a weird Mac user. Like I use the Mac for the Mac, but I don't use the ecosystem. I don't have an iPhone. I don't use iCloud. Yeah. But yeah, my 2015 MacBook Pro is still running wonderfully. Yeah, and some people were talking about Raycast. I looked into it like last night. I still like Alfred, but yeah, Raycast would be an alternative for Alfred. I do not have overheating problems. So my MacBook is 2 years older than your 2017 one. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome back, Notlandy. I appreciate you. Yeah. I'm gonna edit this down. Right now this is a 3.5 hour live stream. I'm gonna try to edit the whole thing down to an hour or less. Yeah, welcome back. Remind me how to pronounce your name. Actually, I can look at your messages. Do. Per se. Oh, I'm saying it right. Okay, yeah. I guess I said. Did I say Percy before or something like that? I have not heard of ScriptKit. I'll take a look. An open source workflow to optimize. Open source kit to optimize your developer workflow. Looks cool. I mean, it kind of looks like you could do these things with Raycast. I don't know. So, yeah, the reason I like Alfred is it's fast. For whatever reason, like, the built-in quick launcher is really slow in trying to figure out what I want to do. But, like, this instantly found a folder on my computer called Jack in the Bush, who is someone who gifted 5,000 bits earlier. But in let's see how long it takes Spotlight to find that folder. So by default, it searches the web, and then the folder is way down here. Like I like the fact that folders are at the top of the results, and it's not searching the web as I type. So it's really fast. And then there's some other cool quick features, like I like to instantly lock my computer or sleep my computer or empty the trash. Or if I'm presenting, I can do something like this where I type it out and then it presents it really big. Those are probably the main things I use Alfred for. And then there's some other features you can get if you pay for it, but I would still use Alfred even without paying for it. But I am going to pay for it because there's some other things you can do. Yeah. Cool. All right, that's it for setting up Mac. Yeah, we might as well talk about extensions. And Fruits loves fruits. Fruits loves fruit. Thank you very much for the Prime. The battery life isn't the best. I think I'm already at like 600 battery cycle count. I need to, I'm probably what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to replace the battery on this MacBook. It's a delicate procedure and it's not easy, but you can buy a new battery on from iFixit for like $100. So I'm actually going to replace the battery. Yeah, the app for this is literally called Alt-Tab. We installed that earlier, but if you just search Alt-Tab Mac GitHub, you should be able to find it. Or if you have Brew, if you do Brew install Alt-Tab. Alt-Tab. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. I've just always used the word dev or the folder name dev. But I get that. And also there's like, I think there's like Etsy/dev, or on Linux machines, the dev folder is usually reserved for devices. I call it dev for development, but you can call it what you want. All right. I guess maybe I could turn this into a YouTube video as well. Let's pull up all of the, not AdBlock Plus. Do not install AdBlock Plus. You want uBlock Origin. AdBlock Plus itself is, I believe they have like spyware and stuff like that. I also want Privacy Badger, which is slowly becoming irrelevant because Firefox already blocks a lot of these things. And then, oh yeah, OneTab is more of a productivity thing, but I'll show it. And then also a cookie auto delete. Cookie Auto Delete have a website? Oh yeah, and tab lists. I'll show that one as well. So one tab and tab lists are kind of just like productivity-esque. I guess they don't have a website. They just have a GitHub. Cool. Cool. I've never tried Hammerspoon. Oh, show battery status. I do that. So here's the thing. I typically install iStat menus, which gives you that option. So I've never used the built-in one. I might search for another app though. So like the main reason I like iStat menus is it will show me my current network traffic. And I like to know if there's an app on my machine that's like using the internet. And that lets me know that. And then it also has like the CPU monitor and stuff like that. Yeah, so there's no way to do this built-in, but there might be some alternatives or some standalone apps I can install that do these things. So I'm not going to install that today, but I will change the setting here. Quick thing I forgot. Someone mentioned it in the chat is showing my battery percent in the taskbar here. So right now it just shows the battery icon. I want to show how much percentage is remaining. I'll check that one out, Josh Knock. It looks amazing, and it's free. Should we just get it? It's got 11,000. We're gonna get it. Brew install stats. We're gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. How is my mouse getting bigger randomly? If I shake it. That's just built into a Mac. If you shake your mouse, it makes it bigger so that you can figure out where it is on the screen. Where's the option to show battery percentage? Is it even in here? Is it even possible to show battery percentage? I guess not. Let's do a quick aside and install stats because it seemed really cool. Is that the same one? Excel ban? Yeah, it is. Okay. All right. It's possible to get the battery percentage. Dock in menu bar preference. Battery. Nice. Okay. I'll just talk about this for a second because I don't believe you had this many settings on previous versions of Mac. So it was pointed out to me by chat that there are even more options that can let you customize the overall settings on a Mac. It's in System Preferences, Dock, and Menu Bar. So there are things like under Battery, you can choose to show your battery percentage. And there are various other settings that you can specify and tweak in how everything looks and feels. So definitely do that as well. And actually, okay, this is not part of that, but I forgot that I want to show my settings for the dock. Okay. So if you've been watching this video, you may have noticed that really the only time I interacted with this dock down here was when I didn't have Alfred. I think I clicked it to launch Finder, but the thing is, with Alfred or any other quick launcher, Command Space will launch any application on your computer. Command Space gets you anywhere. And so for me, this dock down here is just wasted screen real estate. I do not need it at all. So what I like to do is to literally remove everything from here to just make it real nice and small. There might be a faster way to do this, but still, I just want to get rid of all that stuff. Cool. What's that sound? It's the delete sound of the dock. And then now I like to go into System Preferences, go to Dock and Menu Bar. I'm going to make the dock as small as possible. You see how tiny that is? Teeny tiny. Make it super tiny, and then put it on the right. Here, put it here. Put it on the right, and then automatically hide it. So now I will literally never see or use the dock again. Because I can Command Space to launch apps, I can Command Tab to switch between apps. I have no reason to use the dock. And now look, I have an entire inch of space down here. And so now when I resize with rectangle, it takes up the full window size, which is great. So my preferred settings are to just completely hide and remove the dock. Okay. Wouldn't the dock let you know what apps are open? Yeah, but Command Tab does as well. These are all of the applications that are running. Anyone that has a window open. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about stats, and I'll try it out. So, in the past, I have used this app called iStatMenus, and I actually purchased iStatMenus version 5. Oh, sorry. Let's do that again. Yeah, so this app is called Rectangle, and actually, if you check out this repo, it has all the stuff that I've been talking about. So that's in there, and then if you look at Formulae, these are all the app. Well, no, not Formulae. Sorry, Casks. Alfred is my quick launcher, this thingy. Rectangle is the thing that lets me move windows around like this, and then Alt Tab is the program that lets me switch between apps. So you don't like using Mac features. I get it. Yeah, okay. But let's start that out. So in the past, I used iStatMenus, and I actually purchased iStatMenus version 5, but I like it because it will put things like a CPU monitor and a network monitor in your menu bar up at the top. So it's great for that. But someone in the chat has mentioned to me that there is this app called Stats that's free and open source that does a similar thing. So I'm going to try it out. I've never used it before, but I am going to try it. And let's install it now. So I can do brew. Actually, I'm going to do a brew search for stats, just because the word stats is a very general term. And let's make sure that there's not more than one thing that's called that. Yeah, and it's literally just stats. So if I do brew install stats, Firefox Dev Edition gets features sooner than the regular Firefox version. -- cask is old. You don't need to do that anymore. You used to have to do that to differentiate between a cask and a formula. A formula is like a terminal non-GUI tool, like ffmpeg or Git or Bash. Casks are actual applications. See you later, the coding show. Thanks for dropping in. All right, we launched stats. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Okay, so now we can pick and choose what we want to add. So let's go into settings. How do I add more? Oh, here we are. We have to go through the setup. You can use Bluetooth. That's fine. All right. Oh, look at that. It's amazing. Okay. Do we have, yeah, we have the battery notification. So now that I'm using stats, I can use this battery fit notification. And then it does, oh, and then I can drag this over here to say like, show the battery percentage next to it. And actually, can I drag this around? How do I rearrange? How do I rearrange on my bar up here? Because it has the, I believe it has the, oh, I see. It got replaced with the percentage. Or did it? Command click? But also, why is it showing 0%? Oh, I see. It's one or the other. Why is it showing... Does it not have enough space? Why is it showing 0%? Oh, there it is. Okay. I just had to refresh it. But yeah, now I can drag this around and show it like that. So now that I have battery percentage through stats, I can disable this one. So if I go into battery preferences, and I guess that's actually in dock and menu bar, I can hide the built-in battery from the menu bar, because now I have this one. And then now I can drag this over here, which is where I like it, like that. Nice. And actually, I mean, so here's one thing I don't like. What this wants you to do is choose one or the other, not both. What I don't like is this one shows that my MacBook is plugged into power. Let's unplug it. But this one doesn't show that. So it's kind of worse than the built-in one. But regardless, I'll just use the battery icon for now, which is fine. Let's look at network. Yeah, so we're getting upload and download. I like to put all this stuff before all of the like running applications. You can see my CPU, my RAM. Why is there such a big space? Oh, I see. And then for hard drive space, I actually care more about this, like free and used. Though I would like to see, yeah, I think I want to see read write. I'm missing widget settings? What are the widget settings? Okay. Stats seems cool, but I do not like the fact that oh, widget settings. Okay, here we go. Merge widgets into one. Oof, I was about to say, like, come on. All right. That's the setting that I wanted. And Otso, thank you very much for that Prime sub. That's the setting I wanted, because if we go to battery, and if I do this, I want to merge those into one, so that way it has the percentage next to the battery. That's the winner. Okay. So battery percentage there. Network percentage. I like to show net there so I know what it is, and I can differentiate it between the SSD, so net, and then disk. Cool. You can see how much RAM I'm using. Seems great. Awesome. So I like this. So it's a free app. I didn't have to pay for it, and it has pretty much all the settings that I had in iStat menus. I guess the one thing it might not have is calendar, and so that's one of the things I really liked about iStat menus is I could click on the calendar and then I would get a full calendar view. There might be a way of doing that built into the Mac. Let's see. Wait, do I have... Oh, yeah, I don't have my CPU temp. How do I show my CPU temp? Yeah. And yeah, I think somebody was asking it earlier. I am going to use VS Code, and I'll show you how I set that up in a second. There it is. Oh, but there's no... It's not... Oh, I see. I think I have to actually tell it which one I want. I haven't selected anything in here. I think I want CPU core. No, that's power. Voltage, temperature. Average CPU. That's the one I want. 141. Yeah, so I like that. I don't know why it's showing sensor on the right. Oh, because I have to merge the widgets into one. Nice. All right. And this is Fahrenheit. This is not Celsius. So if we showed it in Celsius, it is 65 degrees. Is that hot? All right. So in terms of comparing stats and iStat, it doesn't have all of the features, but it is open source, which is nice because people could contribute newer things. So yeah. All right. But yeah, they don't have a calendar setting. But yeah, you technically could load up the full calendar. I don't like doing that. So I like to, the thing is, so I don't actually install my, my Gmail calendar onto my Mac. I just use Gmail for that. But I do like to see the calendar at a glance so I can see weeks in comparison and stuff like that. Yeah. I wonder if someone has asked about calendar. Add a clock option. Yeah, feature request calendar. Yeah, and then they just installed iStats specifically to get the calendar. There will be no calendar in the monitoring app. There are a lot of nice calendar apps, and also macOS has one. So they're not gonna get it. Okay. Does anyone have a recommended calendar app for Mac? Instacal. This one seems cool. This one seems cool. Yeah, I like this one. The cow command in the terminal. I literally have never used this. But how do I go forward a month? Cal. August. 2022. Instacal seems nice, though the copyright is 2017, so it hasn't really been updated. Ooh, it has dark mode. This one seems nice. They literally just point to a zip file, though. I'm gonna search brew for calendar. See if anything pops up. I have it built in the Mac. Let's see. Date and time. See, when I click this, it launches the sidebar. I want it to show my calendar. Use Raycast. Press edit, which, oh, I see what you mean. I could literally add the calendar widget. Like this. All right, let's see what that gets me. I want to be able to see August. I want to be able to jump between months. Thank you. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Ricardo's. Much appreciated. Too kind. Oh, no, it's Donald Pankies again. That's too many Donald Pankies. Ricardo's is just one of the first one that got gifted. Thank you, Donald Pankies. Wow. You're too kind. You're too kind. I have not tried SetApp, no. Just a second. It's itsycal, I think, is what I'm going to try and use. But is that the button? No. That's that's why I don't want to use the built-in one. Is like, it's not that I just want to see the calendar at a glance. I want to be able to navigate through the calendar very easily. So I'm going to try itsycal. So let me do this. Brew, install, itsycal. And I haven't tried setapp. What does setapp do? Wow. So like, this is what I like. I like to be able to see next month and this month at a glance, because I'm like, when I'm scheduling things or whatever, I just like to pop this out. So that's what I like. Cool. And you can add events. Let's look at preferences. Yeah, definitely launch it, log in. Use an outline icon. Show month. Yep. Show day. Yep. And let's make the calendar gigantic. Yes, that's what I like to see. Cool. Seems fine. Though this doesn't show the time. Now I think what I'll do is I'll set the Mac built-in date and time to only show time and not date. So if I go in here to clock, show the day of the week, no. Use a 24-hour clock. How do I not show the date? Never. Nice. That's what I like to see. Cool. Oh, yeah, I'll set that for stats as well. Launch at login. Cool. Oh, the coffee cup here is it's an app called Keeping You Awake. It's really only good if you do a lot of presenting, and essentially it keeps the Mac, or it keeps your laptop from going to sleep, but you can just turn it on and off. So now the coffee cup is not full, so if I stop using my computer, it's gonna use the system settings to sleep my Mac based on if it's plugged in or battery. But if I do this, regardless if I'm on battery or plugged in, it will always keep it awake. Remove the outline. I mean, yeah, it does kind of stand out. Let's see. But now I like the outline better than that. Dark theme. Oh, I mean, did that change anything? I don't think that changed anything. Yeah, I think there's a few apps. So amphetamine, I haven't heard of that one, but I've also heard of like caffeine. Cool. itsycal seems fine. All right, we've set up my menu bar. It probably will need some further tweaking, but that works well enough for me. Okay, now let's talk about Firefox. And I think I might try to make this a separate video as well. Okay. I use Sublime for note-taking. Because, and I guess let's talk about that really quick. So, of all the apps I installed, so earlier I showed you these casks. It's a bunch of various apps that I installed, and I mentioned that I like to use Sublime for note-taking. This is why. So, I can take a note. Let's see what's on my clipboard. itsycal is on my clipboard. I can do like paste it in without having to save the document. And actually, let's just zoom in so you can see it. I can close it, and then if I open Sublime Text back up, all of my previous work is there. So I use Sublime. I want to open a new tab. How do I open a new tab? It used to be Command T, but I basically use Sublime as just like a scratch pad, because I can open lots and lots of new tabs. I don't have to save any of them, and then if I close Sublime and I open it back up, I still have all of these things, and I didn't have to actually save them. Now, Yeah, I'm sure some of you have a suggestion on an app that behaves like this that isn't Sublime, but I have just gotten in the habit of using Sublime for this purpose that, I mean, it works well enough for me. I think, is Joplin that markdown editor? Let's look at it. It has syncing abilities too. Nice. I probably should start using a note-taking app. It's just not in my, it's not in my workflow. Yeah. Yep, and that's, I mean, it's one of the only apps I know of that does that, and it behaves like Notepad++. Exactly. If you're coming from the Windows world, Notepad++ is like that, in that you can open tabs, just close it, and they all open back up. You don't have to pay money for Sublime. I am curious though. How do I get Command T to open a new tab? Oh, Command N. That makes sense. Yeah, some people were saying that. That makes sense. Okay, it's not Command Tab. It's Command N, and that makes sense. Okay. But that's how I like to take notes. There are probably better ways. It's just what I like to do. And I use this separately from VS Code, because VS Code I typically open in a specific folder for like the things that I'm editing. Whereas Sublime is just all of my quick things that I need to jot down that I don't necessarily want to save into a file. Cool. All right, let's talk about Firefox. And let's maybe do a YouTube intro for it. And it's kind of funny because I have Safari running over here on the right. But let's go. I use Obsidian at work. I used to use it at work. I don't use it anymore, though. Okay. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, I'm going to describe all of the extensions I use inside of Firefox to do things like respect my privacy, and then also some workflow things. Not many, but a few. So the first one I like to use is called uBlock Origin. It is my preferred ad blocking extension. You might be saying if you're blocking ads, then you're preventing revenue from creators and such, which is true in some cases, but the web is just full of ads, and you get a very different experience on the web if you're blocking those ads. So I block the ads. If you block ads on my YouTube channel or whatever else, that's fine. I get revenue in other ways. I prefer to get revenue through direct creators like Patreon or Twitch subs or whatever else. I don't need you to watch ads for me to make money. That's just me. Also, you can set up whitelists, so if you want to support a certain creator, you could add a whitelist for their YouTube channel, and then it wouldn't block ads for them. But this blocks ads, and it's wonderful. The next extension I like to use is called Privacy Badger. Now, Privacy Badger is slowly becoming, like, you may not need it anymore just because these types of features are built into Firefox. But essentially what it does is it blocks all cookies from being set unless you've whitelisted them. So this is perfect to block trackers automatically. And there's no block lists. It essentially detects if a specific script is trying to set a cookie, and then it will either block it or allow it based on your settings. And so, for example, if I reload GitHub here and we look at Privacy Badger, we can see how many trackers were loaded. In this case, none. But if we go over to YouTube and we look at Privacy Badger, you can see that it's potentially blocking a couple of trackers. So it's blocking, it's actually automatically blocking Google Ads and this double-click thing. And so sometimes uBlock and Privacy Badger are like a little redundant, but I like to have both of them enabled. The other thing to think about, though, is like sometimes websites will break because you have these extensions installed, and it is possible to just go in and turn uBlock off or to disable Privacy Badger for a specific website, and you might do that on a certain website if things break. But I like to use those two extensions ultimately to kind of like block ads and respect my privacy by blocking certain trackers on the web. The last privacy-related extension I like to use is called Cookie Auto Delete. Oh, I have it open here. And this is super interesting because what it does is it will delete any cookie that's been set on in your browser the moment you close a tab if you have not whitelisted it. So I essentially have a running whitelist of all the websites I want to allow to store cookies, but any website that's not in that whitelist it will automatically delete all of its cookies the moment I close the tab. And you can change the settings. You can make it so that it deletes the cookies if the tab has been closed for a few minutes or something like that. But this is really great because this also stops trackers from tracking you. Privacy Badger would prevent those tracking cookies from getting set in the first place, but if any cookies do get set on sites that you don't want, Cookie Auto Delete will automatically delete them. So I'll go ahead and install this. And like I said, so Cookie Auto Delete will take a while for you to get used to, because you essentially need to start whitelisting websites. So for example, I want to whitelist GitHub, so I need to add star.github.com to the whitelist. And now if I were to log into GitHub, Cookie Auto Delete would not automatically delete my cookies. Similarly, I would want to keep my cookies for YouTube so I don't get logged out, so I could add this to the whitelist. And you can see my whitelist only has 2 websites in it, so over time, I would build up this whitelist so that it's only keeping the cookies that I actually care about, and then any other cookies will automatically get deleted. I believe in the settings themselves, you can enable automatic cleaning, and you can choose how many seconds you want to wait after closing a tab before those cookies are automatically deleted. So basically this suite of extensions all work together to help support my privacy on the web. Now there are various web browsers and projects out there that might do some of these things built in, but I like Firefox. I like supporting the Mozilla Foundation, and with these extensions installed in Firefox, I get all of the features plus more that you might get in some other browsers that have this stuff built in. Okay, so that's it for privacy. Now let's talk about productivity. So one tab is really great if you use a lot of tabs. So essentially, if you have a bunch of tabs open and you don't want to close all of them because you wanted to go back to a tab later on or something like that, you just click the button and then instantly all of those tabs are put into a page that you can save, you can share, or you can even just remove if you don't care about those tabs. So let's install it and I'll show you how it works. The cookie extension is called Cookie Auto Delete. Yeah, and Supportic has a good question, like how do you handle the cookie banner if you delete them every time? I just close the cookie banner every time. But it's funny because, so like, I think Stack Overflow is the one that I probably click the most often, because I'm actually not logged into Stack Overflow, and I mean, I could log in, but I don't whitelist it. I don't keep any of its cookies. So every time I go to Stack Overflow, I do have to click this. But that's the other interesting thing about Cookie Auto Delete, is if you go to a website and you click Accept All Cookies, that's just for that one session. The moment you close that tab, behind the scenes, Cookie Auto Delete is going to delete those cookies, even if you did accept the settings for that website. Limeotes, thank you very much for the 23 months, and thanks for tuning in to Probably Happening last night. I don't know if you were still there when I got to say hi. Okay, so we installed one tab. Awesome. Now watch what happens. If I click this button, boom, every single tab I had open now gets put onto this page. If I want to reopen it, I can just click it. I still want to show this. And Cranberry Leaf, thank you very much for the sub. But yeah, one tab is huge. It's also nice for this right here, if you click Share as Web Page, now that gives you a shareable link that you could give to someone else, or you could just send it to your phone or something like that, and then it has all the links on it. And then you can also just delete that shared page so that no one else can see it. So yeah, this is awesome, and it's huge, especially like if you're doing research or you've been browsing the web for hours and you have like 30 tabs open. This will make it so that you can still keep those tabs, but now you don't have to look at all of them. So it's pretty great. And then the last extension, which isn't exactly productivity tool, but I do like to use it as my new tab page, is called Tab Bliss. And this basically just replaces the new tab page. So by default in Firefox, you kind of get this Firefox home thing. I like this because you can set a background image. I like to set just a solid color. And now after you've installed it, it's going to ask you, and I can say keep changes. And look at that. It's nice and plain. There's not a bunch of stuff going on. It has the time. I usually like to... So you can choose a random photo from Unsplash. Typically, I just make mine a solid black color. And really, it's just because I want my new tab to be very plain, not distracting at all. And then I do it like that. So every tab I open will have the time, and it says, good afternoon or good morning, friends. Cool. So that's it for all of my Firefox extensions. There's a few like developer-specific extensions I'll install that I might need, like Vue DevTools or React DevTools. But for the most part, those are the main extensions that I have installed. It's because I'm goth. I do like dark colors. I mean, I'm wearing black right now. All right. I don't know if, and I'll say, thank you for watching. I don't know if this is going to make it into the edit, but let me show you the other customizations I do for Firefox as a whole. So first of all, I do not show the bookmarks toolbar thing. How do I hide it? Go away. Go away, bookmark tab. Toolbars? Bookmarks toolbar? Never show. So go to view. Go to view. Oh yeah, and so yeah, I don't use a JSON viewer because it is built into Firefox. So for example, if you make an API request that returns JSON, if the content type application JSON header is set, Firefox automatically gives you a nice little JSON browser, so you don't have to install a separate extension. Control-Shift-B. Command-Shift-B? There it is. So yeah, I like to hide the bookmarks toolbar, just because I don't ever want to see. If I want to see a bookmark, I'm going to go to the bookmarks manager or the bookmarks tab. Great. I'm going to clean up the tab bar up at the top here. So if you right-click and go to Customize, this is just extra. It's free real estate, so I just removed that. This side as well. Pocket is interesting. It can give you like a nice distraction-free view of like articles and stuff, but I typically remove that. And then I'll move that over here. Can I move that over here? Yeah, there. And that should be good. So now, nice. I get all this real estate for my URL bar. And then what does this do? Yeah. Actually, I don't use that. So I'm gonna remove this as well. I think there are shortcuts for most of those options. Cool. Yeah, and someone's asking why Firefox over Chrome. It's because it's from the Mozilla Foundation, and it's truly open source. Chrome is based off of Chromium. Chromium is open source, but then Google wraps Chromium with a bunch of proprietary stuff, and it is closed source. At least those pieces are. And then, yeah, the Mozilla Foundation is awesome. I mean, they're in charge of the Mozilla Developer Network and like the unofficial web developer docs that most people use. They're a nonprofit organization, and they respect your privacy. So, like, Firefox is getting more and more privacy-focused features that Google Chrome would definitely not add. I think that. So here's the thing: when you're using computers, phones, anything where you have to log in to some company, most of them are tracking you or harvesting your data in some way. So it's really just a matter of making certain concessions as to how much you want to be tracked. I already use an Android phone. I mean, I technically use the Firefox web browser on my, well, it's a dirty phone. I technically use the Firefox web browser on my Android phone. But still, the phone itself, like Google is absolutely tracking me. And what's nice about Firefox on Android is all of these extensions that I just installed, you can install on Firefox mobile as well, or at least Firefox for Android. I don't think you can do it on Firefox for iOS. At the same time, I did log into my Google account, so Google basically is tracking my location. It's tracking my app usage, all the other stuff. They're tracking that much stuff. I would prefer it if Google didn't track all of my browsing habits as well. So with Chrome, typically you would log in with your Google account, and now Google can literally see everything you do on the web. Now, of course, they may or may not be doing anything bad with that data, but the fact that they have that data means that something could happen to that data. And typically they're using that data to like advertise you and stuff like that, advertise to you. So that's why I don't use Chrome, and I try to use, and I do use Firefox. Yeah. I don't know, people always talk about the B word browser, and I just don't see a need for it. Just use Firefox, install a bunch of extensions, and you're good to go. Okay, no offense, Waldir, but I am just gonna ban you, because I literally just okay. Actually, not a ban. You just get a timeout. You gotta go into timeout, think about what you've done. Did a mod do it? A mod do it? Yeah, just a short timeout. You're welcome back in 600 seconds. Okay, does any mod know the command for, like, blocking a word? I don't know, if any mod is listening, can you block the word brave? Cool. No, he just said the word brave because I'm somewhat joking, but at the same time, like, people are always, it's I guess it's just one of those things, like, here's the thing, Brave has really good marketing. They have really good marketing, and they also have that, like, the thing where you can share revenue with creators, which is pretty cool, but there are other ways to do that where you don't have to use Brave. Yeah, so let's not talk about Brave. Or let's not talk about the B word. All right. Let's set up some other Firefox settings. So if I go into my settings here, I always like to open my previous windows in tabs. A lot of times I'll have like 20 tabs open. I wouldn't use one tab in that instance. I would just close Firefox. But the next time I open it up, all of my tabs will be open. I'm going to make Firefox my default browser. Great. Let's see what else I want to do. Yeah, I think so. Because I have my operating system's theme set to dark, I can just use that, and like it has the dark theme by default, which is nice. Whenever I'm downloading files, I always like Firefox to ask me. I don't like just putting everything in downloads, because that's how you can get your file system will get really messy really quick if everything is just put into downloads. So I like Firefox to ask me every time I download something. So I like that setting. Let's see what else. Cool. Let's see what else. Yeah, so I already set tab lists as my start page, but I'm just going to disable all of this other stuff that was set as the Firefox homepage anyways, because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see any of my recent activity. Some of these settings are especially because I stream, and I don't want like my browser history being shown every time I open a new tab or something like that. So that's fine. For search, I do prefer to use DuckDuckGo. And I actually like to turn off search suggestions. So we've talked about this before, but as you type, if you're using search suggestions, this is essentially a keylogger to any search engine that you're using, whether it's DuckDuckGo or Google or whatever else. So I disable search suggestions, and then I just build up my suggestions over time, in that this will search across history. So if I search for GitHub, you can see all of the GitHub sites that I've gone to today. And so that's just what I prefer to do. When I'm typing in the bar, I only want it to recommend things that I've already gone to. I don't want it to search the web for me. I'm going to delete all these other things except for DuckDuckGo. And that's awesome. Now let's get into privacy and security. So this is what I was mentioning earlier, that built into Firefox, it's already preventing a lot of the things that we're now preventing with, we used to prevent just with Privacy Badger. So I leave it with standard browser protection, which is great. And then I do not save any data into the browser. This is like, I guess, another avenue of attack. Like if you have all of your logins saved to Firefox, if you have all of your forms and credit cards saved to any browser that you're using, and if someone gets a hold of your machine, they could potentially get all of that data. So I don't store it in the browser. I use an external password manager, and I don't let Firefox do all of that. I also don't like any sort of autofill. Now, obviously, autofill is a convenience. If you're filling out your address or your credit cards pretty often on the web, you want this feature, but I don't. I'll type it in manually if I need to. And like Arcus is mentioning in the chat, when autofill runs on a web page, the change handlers of the inputs on that page are technically running behind the scenes. So someone could have a website that loads and then gets autofilled, and then they send that data off somewhere even without you clicking submit on the form. So that's some of the like malicious things that you could do. Now, actually, I don't know. It might be that the browser itself prevents that from happening, but I don't even want to risk it. So I don't save any of this in my web browser. I like to remember history. And then this is what I was talking about earlier. So the Firefox suggest, when I start typing, will search through my history, my bookmarks, but it's not going to search the web. I don't want that. Yeah. I don't want suggestions from the web or sponsors or anything else. Awesome. I think that's it. And then I don't sign into sync on this browser because I use this one for streaming. But I have a separate profile. So if I go to About Profiles, you can set up separate instances of Firefox. And I do that so I have a personal profile where I do log in to a lot of other stuff that I stayed logged into. And then my history there is separate from the history that you can see on stream. Yeah. Cool. That's all I have to say about that. Those are my default settings. Now let's actually talk about editing and code, and then I'll have to go because I've been live for 4 hours. Yeah, Homebrew does concern me because a lot of the casks and formulae are just user contributed. But they do technically have a review process for getting something in there, but that's why you don't want to just brew install anything. You want to make sure you're installing the thing. Yeah, Bitwarden is pretty great. I like it. I like that they have the self-host option. Cool. All right. Let's talk about actual code now. We've talked about like OS settings and browser settings and all that other stuff. Now let's talk about how we write code. And me specifically, I am a JavaScript developer, a node.js developer. So let's talk about how I do that. So I use a tool called NVM. So NVM is a node version manager. If you're on a Mac or if you're on Linux, you can install this one. If you're on Windows, you'll have to search for a different one. I think it's actually called NVM Windows. But this lets me manage which versions of Node are installed. So I can run it or install it like this. The other nice thing is it doesn't require super user permissions to install node modules. So because it gets installed in my home directory, so every version of Node, every globally installed node module gets installed in this directory in my home directory. So I don't need super user permissions to install global modules. They're all here in my local directory. You would add this to the end of your zishrc or your bash profile or your bash rc, which essentially loads NVM. But now when I open up a new tab, NVM is a command, and I can do NVM install latest, and that will install the latest version of Node. And I guess they used to have that command. Now I can just do NVM install 18, and it'll pick the latest one, which is 18.6, which is nice. So I can do that. Yeah. Oh, NVM dropped pre-built support for Ubuntu? No. That's unfortunate. Well, but what's Volta, babyface? Okay. So that installed version 18, and now when I open a new tab, you will actually see that it prints out which version of Node I'm using, and that's because in my bash profile, Oh, I gotta go to my home directory, and we'll just less my bash profile. At the top of my bash profile, I just have nvm use stable, which is the latest stable version that you have installed, in my case, which is version 18. So every new tab I open, it will automatically use version 18. What's nice, though, is I can install other versions. So, for instance, there are some apps that run for my overlays where I actually need Node version 16. So now I can install Node version 16. And then if I do nvm list, I can see all of the versions of Node that I have installed. And I guess these are also like available versions. But now I can instantly switch between Node version 16. And then if I do nvm use 18, now I can use Node version 18. So you can easily switch back and forth between them. And that's really nice. Yeah, I just used the less command. So less is more. More is an old Unix command. Does it still exist? Oh. More. Yeah, more is the old command. But then less is a newer command. I mean, it's not that new, but that's the joke. Less is more. That's why it's called less, because less is more. It's like a fork of more. But less is a way of previewing a file, but you're not editing the file. So you can see that I actually can now just use the arrow keys. I can't click in and I can't edit. A noise keeps happening. What is that noise? Just me going boop. Is it the error tone? Oh, I see. It's when it sounded like the coding garden dropped. So I was in this folder and I tried to do this. Maybe not. There could be, Greyjack. You could make the just right. Oh. This is it. This is the... Cool. I actually haven't checked in the system settings if there's a way to modify the alerts and sounds. Boop. It's literally called boop. Yeah, I can just turn my alert sound all the way down. That's what I'll do. Cool. So that's NVM. I love it. Use it every single day. And it basically allows me to manage my Node versions. So yeah, it was mentioned in the chat earlier. There's an alternative to it. Volta? Never heard of it, but let's look it up. Hassle-free JavaScript tool manager. What else does it do? It seems fine. I've been using NVM for a very long time, and it works for me, so I'm going to keep using NVM. And yeah, there are other alternatives. I think if you look in the NVM README, it tells you some of the alternatives you could use for Windows. And then people that are mentioning that it doesn't support Linux anymore, you could try one of those other tools as well. Okay, so that's NVM. Now let's get into VS Code. So earlier, whenever I ran the command to install all of these casks, one of the things it installed was VS Code, Visual Studio Code, which is my preferred editor. Let's launch it. So here in dev, I'm going to make a directory called my first website, and then we're going to edit that with VS Code. Oh, Docker. We do need Docker. Well, I won't install it in this video, but we do need Docker. I'm going to trust this folder because I just created it, and then we have to set up our default settings. I actually don't really care about any of these because I'm going to load my settings in from my settings repo. So in here, Oh, I thought I had a list of extensions. No. You know what? I might have updated it. I don't have VS Code settings sync. I know that's an extension you could install. This was created 2 years ago. It has a bunch of things that I don't use anymore. Oh, it's built in? Didn't know that. Four years ago? I had no idea. Well, I already wiped my machine, so I don't have my I don't have my settings. Which one is this? So the 52. Yeah, that's this one. It was created 2 years ago. Actually, yeah, I didn't update it. Let me try logging in with GitHub and see if it I never turned on settings sync. So I probably didn't. Wait, did I even log into GitHub? No, I'm not. I'll have to do that at another time. Cancel that. So I forgot to back up my list of extensions. If you look on the web, there is this list of extensions out there, but I would say this one is fairly outdated, and it honestly has too many extensions. There's a lot of extensions that I don't need or use anymore. And really the main things I care about are my theme, font size shortcuts, and auto rename tag. Those are probably the three things that I care about the most, and then everything else I kind of just install as it's needed. So first of all, let's get the theme going. Inside of VS Code, if you press Command-Shift-P, that launches the command palette. I'm going to go to Install Extensions, and I'm going to search for Just Black. That is my favorite and preferred theme. There it is. Let's install it. Look at that. So it's the editor theme as well as syntax highlighting. And it's beautiful. It's just perfect. The next thing I'll install is auto rename tag. So let's go to install extensions, search for auto rename tag. And this one is awesome, and it probably should be built in. I don't think it's built in anymore. Yeah, auto rename is built in, but not auto, wait, is it? Let's see. I'm gonna disable, maybe auto close tag isn't built in. Scratch that. Don't install auto rename. Let's see if it's built in. So I'm going to create an index.html file. And inside of here, we are going to, for instance, create a div. And then if I rename this to wat, it doesn't rename the div on the other side. If I rename this to span, it doesn't. So auto rename is an extension that will automatically start editing the tag on the opposite end of the one that you're working on. Is there a way to turn it on? You all, I mean, try doing it right now. Like, if you all think this is supported, linked editing. Controls whether the editor has linked editing enabled. Depending on the language, related symbols are updated. Wow, did not know this setting exists. Okay, so let's talk about that. And I probably will need to enable this in my settings. Okay, so I used to use this extension called auto rename tag. Apparently it's built in now. So if you go in your settings and search for linked editing, you can turn that on. And then, nice. So the moment I start typing on one tag, it updates on the other one. So that's good to know. I actually want to see what that setting is so I can make sure it stays on my settings JSON. So if you go to open settings JSON, these are your actual settings that get set, and whenever you're editing them in the UI, they get set over here. So I could technically take this setting and add it to my list of settings that I'm going to load in a second. Okay, so that's great. And then I definitely want font size shortcuts. So right now inside of VS Code, if you do Command plus, that zooms in the entire UI. I don't want that. I want to get the UI to a certain zoom level, and then I want to be able to zoom in to the specific text, but not the UI. And font size shortcuts does that. And I believe you could install this. Yeah, so I mean, you could technically just set these keyboard shortcuts in your keyboard shortcuts settings file, but this is a nice extension because it just does that by default. Yeah, so now if the editor is focused, the font zooms in and the UI doesn't zoom in. And if the editor is focused, then the editor zooms in. So I can, especially if I'm presenting, I can like zoom in over here to see the file explorer. But then if I'm over on my code, I can zoom in here, and that doesn't affect the UI itself. So that's why I like font size shortcuts. That's probably it. I think ESLint isn't installed by default, so I definitely will install that. Yeah, it's curious that this isn't installed by default, but I'll definitely install it. And then Prettier is another one that I use for auto formatting. I used to use Beautify, but Prettier works pretty nicely. Cool, cool. And I think I did. Yeah, I uninstalled, or didn't I? No. So because I enabled that setting, I do need to uninstall auto rename tag. Yeah. Okay. What else? Auto close tag. Does that work in built in? It does. Okay, so I don't need that. Yeah, and you actually, so yeah, you don't need rainbow brackets anymore because it's built into VS Code. I believe the setting is enabled by default. So let's just add an app.js here. We'll add a new file, app.js. And let's say we have a function, do the thing. And inside of here, we have a for loop. I need to add my settings because this wasn't there, but you can see that now inside of here, the parentheses are purple and these brackets are purple. And if we go one level deep, it gets another color and then it gets another color. So the coloring of the brackets is actually built in now. Yeah, so this editor snippet suggestions is one of the main settings that I need. Okay, so I've installed a few of those extensions that I like. Now I'm going to just load all of my settings. So I have my settings saved here in this Git repo, and I can literally just copy all of this, and then inside of VS Code, I can go to Open Settings JSON, and then just put these settings in here. I need to add the editor linked editing thing, but I'll paste this in, and then we'll add the editor linked editing. True. Cool. Okay. That's funny, Flutter. Yeah, the banana tag does not exist. It doesn't exist. So yeah, now that all of those settings are loaded, all of my preferred stuff has gotten loaded in. I do believe I might need to install VS Code icons. I might not anymore though. Maybe I will. Okay, let's install this and see what we get different. Yeah, so now that that is installed, it gives us nice icons for all of our file types. And Mario, thank you very much for that sub. Appreciate you. Oh yeah. Some people were showing me that earlier. I've already wiped my old computer, and all those settings are gone. So I have no way of syncing. I'll probably do that in the future, which will make it easier. Oh yeah, and so I like to use Vue.js, and so the preferred extension for that is called Volar. Volar. So I'm gonna install that. So that way when I'm editing a Vue project, we get nice settings built in. Does it not know? It has 1.4 million downloads. It's Vue language features, Volar. Yeah, it is. Let's see. Yeah, I want to reload and see if that'll pick it up. That did it. So if I reload the window, now it knows that exists. Cool. And so for the theme that I installed, just black, these are some extra settings that I added. Just because the comment blocks sometimes aren't as visible, so I set them to pink so they're more visible. And then I believe it was doing some weird font thingies for various operators, so I just removed... Oh yeah, I think it was doing them as italics. So I just removed that font style so that they look normal. And so those are my main settings. Yeah. Cool. All right. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, these command bindings. I think there might be an extension you can install for this, but what I like to do is if I have lots of files and tabs open, I like to use the keyboard shortcuts that work like in Firefox. So in Firefox, if I press Command 1, that goes to the first tab, Command 2 goes to the second, Command 3 goes to the third tab. I think those shortcuts also work in Chrome and in other apps. I like to do that inside of VS Code, so I have just set some keyboard shortcuts that do that. So I can literally just pull these in, and then now I'll have those keyboard shortcuts. Keyboard shortcut JSON. I can just paste that all in here, and now I can do Command 1, Command 2, Command 3 to switch between them. Cool. Yeah, Vtur was the old Vue tooling. Volar is the new Vue tooling. Yeah. Is there a way to select some text and wrap it in an HTML tag? I don't know. I don't think I've ever used a feature like that. Yeah. What's that emote? Fall cry. Yeah, there's some other terminals out there. I'm just using iTerm. I talked about it earlier. I've been using it for a long time. I like it. I don't really see a reason to switch. Okay, I believe those are all of my settings. There are some other extensions I use that I'll just install them when I need it. Like Quokka is a really cool tool that will execute your code inside of the editor and print the results inside the editor. I typically do this when I'm teaching code or whenever I'm solving a code kata or something like that. So I'll install that. I don't use the live server extension because I just use the command line tool. And so I think that is the very last thing that I want to show is just some globally installed NPM tools. And then I'm done. And then I got to go. So yeah, so that's how I set up VS Code. Those are some of my favorite extensions. Now let me show you some of the global node modules that I like to install. So as I mentioned earlier, nvm creates this directory in your home folder called .nvm. And any global packages you installed are just going to get put right into that directory instead of somewhere on your machine that would require super user privileges. So that's really nice. So if I do npm install -g light server, that is actually just going to be put into that nvm folder, and I don't need super user privileges, but now I have this global command light server. So I prefer to use light server for like basic websites, like static websites. And actually, let's get some stuff going inside of this HTML file here. Wow! And then we'll just throw like an h1. Hello world. And if I run light server, that's going to start up an auto-refreshing dev server in that folder that just serves up these static files. So like this isn't a build tool or anything like that. It's just really, it's useful for static web projects. Now there is an extension you can install in VS Code that gives you that, but typically I'm running things from the command line. So I like to use that command. And thank you, Rickety Rocket. I appreciate the compliment. Okay, so that's light server. Some other things I use are like Surge. So that's a global command I install. Surge.sh is a website, not a website, it's a service where you can deploy static websites completely for free. So if I do an npm install -g of Surge, now if I'm in a folder, I believe I'll have to log in. But if I type Surge, yeah, let me log in really quick, and then we can actually deploy this website. I'll do C# right after this. Yeah, and I guess that's part of the dev setup because I can install the .NET CLI. No need for light server with Vite. It's true, yeah. Like if you're using any other sort of build tool, or like Webpack Dev Server or Vite, you don't need something like light server. But if it's just completely static files with no build process, that's what light server is good for. Yeah, serve is another global tool that'll do that. Yeah. Yeah, so a built React app is static files, so that would work for Surge. You could technically, if you can take your Next.js app and generate a completely static site from it, that would work for Surge as well. But you would have to do the generation first and then just deploy those built files. Next.js in other cases, you will need a node.js backend, a non-static backend. No, I think the Surge tool might just be messed up. Give me a second. Get started. How do I create a Surge account? Is that possible? The tool is hanging up right now, and I don't know why. Search is down because everyone's trying it. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, Versal is another tool that can do static deployments. Like if you run Versal or Vercel in a folder that doesn't have any backend code, it'll just make it a static website. So that would work too. Oh well, I won't worry about deploying or with that tool for now. I'll figure that out later. Okay. Now, I think that's it for most of my setup. Yeah, I think that's it. So some new stuff today is we're using the stats thing. I honestly don't know if I like it as much as iStat menus. I don't know. It seems fine. I will talk about my break timer though, which I haven't set up yet. So if you've ever watched my stream before, you probably see that every 10 minutes or so, a break timer will pop up. So I like a micro break every 10 minutes, and then I like a normal break every hour, and that normal break should last 5 minutes. Yeah, so I want a 10-second micro break every 10 minutes. Cool. Gotta enable it. The app is called Stats. If you do brew install Stats, it'll install that cask. I haven't installed Quokka, no. I just mentioned I'll install that whenever I need it. Cool. So this is what the plugin does. I believe in preferences I can make it show up in my menu bar. And then, yeah. And again, this is an app that does cost money, but I've been using it for years, and I try to support them every year as well. Okay. So now that that's enabled, let's say we do a micro break. And this is what you typically see pop up on my screen. And it basically just lasts for 10 seconds, and it reminds me to take my hands off the keyboard, look away from the screen, and then get back to it. And then this one I have pop up every hour, and it just reminds me to take an actual 5-minute break. So that's what I use for that. Awesome. Let's talk about C#. I think that's the last thing I'm going to do, and then I got to go. But yeah, that's the link. Thank you, Mark, for that. That's the menu. That's the one that I installed. This is a separate app. It's called Itzycal for the calendar, but this all comes from Stats. All right, let's do an ending to that YouTube video. This is going to be a doozy to edit. This is 5 hours of video that I need to edit down to like an hour. There was a lot of extra junk, so hopefully it'll be easier than that. But okay. That's it. That's all. Thank you for watching. This is all of my preferred setup for my Mac. Of course, you may have different preferences. Please leave a comment down below to some of your favorite apps that you use for these various things. Hopefully this was helpful for you, and thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Windward Hive, if you send me a message on Discord, if you have like any samples of stuff that you've edited before, I might hire you. The thing is, I just don't have the money to pay anyone right now. Like, I gotta live myself. I gotta pay my bills. So, until I'm actually making money, it's hard for me to hire someone. See you later, One Computer Guy. Thanks for hanging out with us. And hello, Mac Badgers. Welcome in. All right, that's it for that. But are there any raiders still here from the C# Fritz? because we're gonna do .NET really quick just to show it. And I mean, you don't have to be from that RAID. It's just I know that C# Fritz does a lot of C# stuff. So yeah, we're gonna install the .NET CLI, and then we're gonna write some C# code. I just wrote some very basic web code. Let's write some C# code. So I'm going to install the .NET SDK for x64. So if you're on an M1 or an M2 Mac, you would want to choose ARM. I'm just going to choose this one. Let's save it. Great, and then we can run it. Then we can run it. Yeah, it's not .NET. It's just called .NET now. What used to be .NET Core is just called .NET. Why don't I install it via Homebrew? It's probably, I don't know if it's, I've never have done it. I've always had to, I've always just done it through their website. It's probably possible to do it through brew, but regardless. Okay, so we installed it. Now we can make sure that we have it. So over here in my terminal, if I do .NET, we have it. Awesome. So I can create a project with .NET new. So let's create a console app. .NET new console. Give it a name, my console app. And then you can say use .NET 6, but it should use that by default. Cool, so there's some .NET telemetry stuff, but now we have my console app, and then if I do .NET run, we have just compiled and executed C# code on my computer. Beautiful. And if we open this up, we can see what the code looks like. And actually, for anybody that hasn't seen C# version 6 or 8 or whatever the latest version is, your mind is going to be blown. Look at this. This is all we need. There's no preamble. There's no static void main. There's no class or anything like that. C# 11? Okay. I don't know if it's actually this might be a feature of .NET, or I don't know if it's a feature of C# or .NET. But look at this. I don't have to have a class called program. I can literally just start writing code. This makes it feel more like something like node.js, right? You can just kind of start writing things. It's great. It's a beautiful thing. I can just have code at the top level here, and it's awesome. So we can do something like hello Twitch chat. Mind blowed. Last time I touched C# was 5 years ago. Yeah, and so if you look in the project settings, it's this implicit usings thing. I think that's one of the settings. So typically, that's the other thing is you don't have using statements. So usually you would have to say like using system. You don't have to do that. You can literally just start writing code, and the compiler will figure out, oh, you need to use system, so it will do it. But now if I run this again, it should say hello Twitch chat. Yeah. All right, that's all the C# I'm gonna write today, but it was fun to do it, just to show that I could do it. I guess the other thing is I should install the C# extension. All one word, C#? Yeah. C#. Is it possible to cross-compile for Linux and Windows on a Mac? I think you can cross-compile for Linux. I don't know if you can cross-compile for Windows. There's something where like you can't cross-compile on a Windows for a Mac, but you can cross-compiles for Mac on a Windows. So I don't know. Actually, don't know all the details of it. But now we should get some nice autocompletes like console dot. Oh, background color. What? Is this just a property I can set? And I can set it to oh, it's a console color. Okay. Console color dot dark green. and then console dot foreground color, console color dot white. All right, let's see what happens. Wow, that's awesome. Okay, that's it. That's all. I'm done for today. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Lots of good discussion today. Probably a lot of... I said some things that people didn't like, just in terms of my opinions and preferences, but that's okay. Like I said earlier, we can all like different things and still get along. So if you want to see a link to all the stuff that I did install, yeah, so the B word, also the two different B words today, bun and brave, are things that we talked about. And I don't know if I made it clear earlier, but if you use the Brave browser, good for you. That's fine. It doesn't matter to me that you use the Brave browser. I am not going to use the Brave browser. And also, if you use Bun, great. I am not going to use Bun right now. I might use it in like a year when it's a little bit further along, but I'm not going to use it right now. Cool. Yeah, hopefully you all got some useful stuff out of this. I am going to do my best to edit it down to like at least an hour or less. And so it'll be a bit more consumable over on my YouTube. Though pretty soon this full 5-hour live stream will be uploaded to the Coding Garden archive. So sub there, or it's 2 channels. We have the main channel and then the archive channel. Pick which one you want to sub to, or sub to both. That's the wrong thing. Join my mailing list if you'd like to. Right now I've just been sending weekly updates as to like what we're going to do this week, and various other things. But eventually, if and when I launch a course, I'm going to be alerting the people on my email list first. So if you want to get in on that, please join the mailing list. And also, I want to keep in touch with you outside of Twitch or outside of YouTube or outside of Discord. So if you join the mailing list, I can do that. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. All right, let's go. We're going to do a raid. I don't know who we're going to raid, but whoever we do, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing, all that good stuff. I think we've got some raid messages here. Yep, thank you, Alka. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. Yep, Alka's got it. He's on top. And if you're not a sub, you can use that raid message. But, all right, have a wonderful week. And I'll see you tomorrow, honestly. I totally forgot. I'm going live tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be more of a chill stream in that there's no real set content. I'm just going to be working on overlays and all of the stream-related things tomorrow. But if you want to come hang out, please do. Check the calendar for all of the upcoming streams. I think that's it. See ya. You all are great. Yeah, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. Thank you, Fabulosu. I appreciate you. Let me see really quick, though. Did I forget any other supports? I don't think I did, but if you subbed today, or you gifted subs, I really appreciate it. Shouts out to Donald Packies for all of the gifts today. I really appreciate it. All right. See you all later.